Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the final round of the Race at Home Championship presented to you by Petronas Synthium and powered by SLT Mobitel and organized by the Ceylon Motorsports Club. We welcome you to this final round. And here with me in race control, Sam Hinkender, race director and clerk of the course. Sabri Salam will be remotely handling the stewarding as well. We've got 10 drivers here racing on the Circuit de la Sarthe, which is in France. It's one of the longest circuits that we have encountered. 13.6 kilometers, twisting and turning across 38 turns. You have a carpet of turns here. And we wish all our drivers today all the very best. We've got 10 under starters orders. We've got a few of them who can't take part today due to a practice session happening at Katakurunda in the real world. Nevertheless, 10 starters here. Akil Rizni, Kevin Pereira, Riaz Hafrat, Shami Alvis, Sashan Gunasekara, Thiago Pereira, Rusty Irshan, Brian Pereira, Meman Pereira, and young Adam Junaid. So there you have it. 10 drivers, all vying for honors in the final round of the Cmsc Race at Home Championship on Gran Turismo. Interesting to see most of the drivers having chosen the Porsche as you see them motoring around the circuit, just getting a feel of the car, the tires, the weather, and in just under 6 minutes, the qualifying will take place for the first race. The format of the race being that you've got 10 minutes of qualifying, and after that you will see the first race taking place. The starting grid will be as per the qualifying times, and the second race will be a reverse grid based on the finishing order of your first race. So there you see Thiago snaking around the circuit, closely followed by Adam. These two guys trying to figure a slipstream from each other, I presume. Adam running the Maxis branded car with the number 33 on it, with all the sponsors branding on it. Petronas Synthium, Adam's personal sponsor, Maxis tires. As Thiago brakes pretty late into that corner, and Adam takes a slightly different line to get a little bit more air in between himself. Adam just a smidgen over 12 years of age, while Thiago is 16 plus. We'll ride on board now with maybe Brian Pereira. Brian, at the moment, in second place in the championship. Brian, too, opting to run the Porsche. Nice, bright and red. You can see an inside view of what Brian sees from his steering wheel. You can see the top speed there, 260, 62, 64, 65, 67, 60, almost 70. So looks like 270 being the top speed there on sixth gear. Hard braking corner. I can't really explain this track to you because 38 corners and 13 kilometers. I'll be explaining this track for quite a long time. But I'm sure you get the track map on the right side of your circuit on your screen, and the little red arrow there is the car that we are riding on board with. So there you see Brian reaching sixth gear, the oil temperature 110 degrees, the water temperature 85 degrees, and the water pressure 0.5 bar. On fifth gear, he negotiates beautifully around those two corners. So Brian sitting all the way in Australia, taking part in a championship in Sri Lanka. The beauty of virtual racing being that you can sit anywhere else in the world and take part in a national championship in your home country. This is motorsport at its best, e-racing, and it's got highly popular with the pandemic coming in, where most of the people who had to take part are sitting at home and had no choice but to take part in an e-sport championship.
Drivers, race control, your quality.
So race control informing the drivers via Discord that the racing for qualifying will begin in 3 minutes, and you have Sam behind the controls of at race control, watching all the cars, and we'll ride on board now with Rushdi Irshan, our championship leader. Hopefully, we get an outside view. We wait for the drivers to to get their bearings on the track today. A nice sunny Sunday morning, and there you see Rushdi Irshan, our championship leader, also opting for the red Porsche. It'll be interesting to see the color difference between Rushdi, who's leading the championship by just 2 points. So today is a make or break. Rushdi Irshan with 160 points, leading the championship from Brian Pereira, who's at 158. Kevin Pereira, who's in third place, is at 144. Akil Rizni is at 138. Thiago Pereira, 112. Shami Alvis, 110. Kushan Pires is joint in seventh place, 62 points. Viren Botejo in 44. Um, Riaz Hafrat, yes, he's back, 44. Ashan Silva, 28. Adam Junaid, 24. Kurt Martinstein, 18. And Seshan Gunasekara, 14. We're missing a couple of drivers today thanks to a practice happening at Katakurunda. I'm not too sure, Sam, what happened to Kurt Martinstein.
I believe Kurt Martinstein is also out. He didn't exactly specify what the function is that he's at, but he said he won't be able to make it. That's this thing. But I mean, if these drivers are highly committed, but unfortunately, towards the latter part of 2021, just before we finish off 2021, the actual racing season kicked off. So unfortunately, I mean, we need to stick to the schedule and finish it off, because this being the final, there was no way, we don't have any more room in our calendar to to put it on to a different date.
Yes, Sam, we've also got a full calendar because we've got next week we run the Singapore Sri Lanka Championship.
Correct, yeah. CMSC, MSS, actually, that's also going to be the final round. And that's also interesting because the Sri Lankan drivers have fared really, really well.
Oh, we've just been informed we've been informed that Kurt's TV has packed up.
So that's the reason.
That's a part. Really break a clutch. You don't really break a windscreen. You break a television. So there you have it. Thanks, Emdad, for giving us the update.
Yeah, actually, Mdad just confirmed me on com saying that that Kurt's TV is busted. That's why he's not taking part.
But he's a good driver, Kurt.
Very good driver. Very good
First
driver.
time with us,
Yeah.
but a brilliant driver. And we must thank Emdad for introducing Kurt to the system of esport. This is gone.
let's start the question.
So as we get ready for
All right, pro drivers, are you
qualifying,
ready for qualifying? Qualifying will start in 30 seconds.
and there you hear race control informing the drivers through Discord that that qualifying is going to start in 30 seconds. Hold on to your seats. So we have to wait for a driver or two who've had a small technical issue and they have to restart the PlayStation. We're waiting for the drivers to come in. As you can see, some of the drivers still on track. Akhil Rizni, the beautiful Lambo there. Riaz Hafrat. Riaz been very different. He's runs
Hyundai.
the Hyundai.
Yeah, I think he has fallen in love with this Hyundai.
And you know, I beg to differ. Riaz is a guy who runs in a totally different mindset. He plays the devil's advocate, I think, when he runs because he drives the car that nobody expects to run, and he runs how should I say a totally different plan as well, because we've seen him run all the way in certain events even without a pit stop.
Yeah, because I think that Hyundai has worked well for Riaz Hafran for some strange reason.
Well, you get others as well, like Viren Botejo, who
Completely brings out the total
dare
out of the
dare to
dare
be
out of the
different.
complete out of the Pandora's box kind of a scenario car. But I guess that's Viren's nature.
Viren actually ran the Jag
Yes, yeah.
and the Aston Martin.
Jag and the Aston
Yeah,
Martin. Yes.
he was a real Bond fan. Everything that James Bond drove, he wanted to drive. Worked
Yeah.
for him, but at certain points of time, it doesn't really happen.
Okay, quickly join the room.
And we have the cars waiting in the pits. Let's ride on board with Seshan. We haven't spoken much about Seshan today. Seshan's back in the pits as well. We ride on board with Adam, with Kevin, and that's what happens when you go off into the kitty litter. Adam having a moment there and trying to find his way back onto the circuit, or is it having a bit of a day with and having fun with some donuts? Yes, I think he's having fun doing some donuts, and he's shot his back tires in the process as well. Yes, he is doing donuts. He's having a bit of fun, and that's Seshan Gunasekara. He's also new to our sport, just 10 years old. Seshan driving a
Supra.
Supra. It is Supra, yes, a Toyota Supra. Actually, the Supra, Sam, is one of the fastest cars for this circuit.
Yeah,
It's
actually, I was going to tell you because if you remember that when you ran with the Hong Kong guys, it's HKA and CMSC, and one of the guys was driving the same Supra. And if you go on to our YouTube channel, CMSC Race Channel, you'll see exactly what happened with that race.
so there you have what a penalty looks like as we wait for the last of our drivers to join. As soon as he joins, qualifying will begin. Sam checking to see if everybody is in under race control, and we've got under a minute, I think, to begin the qualifying
TA
of
will join the
final round of the CMSC Race from Home Championship.
Okay.
And uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT Mobitel, the connection. What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art? Or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT Mobitel has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT Mobitel, the connection. What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art? Or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT Mobitel has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT Mobitel, the connection. What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art? Or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT Mobitel has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT Mobitel, the connection. What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art? Or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT Mobitel has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT Mobitel, the connection. what makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state of the art? Or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT Mobitel has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. All 10 drivers are out on track. We do apologize for the technical issue that we had. The PlayStation network did seem to have a mind of its own, and therefore we did have the cars all having to exit the game. Everybody had to restart their PlayStations, including us, and that took a fairly decent 15 minutes of time from everybody. We've got 10 drivers who may be able to do one outlap and then do one qualifying lap, because we've got only about 10 minutes of qualifying. Sam?
Yes, 10 minutes. I mean, technically speaking, it's about now 8 minutes 50 seconds of qualifying. This is a very, very, very lengthy track, and if I'm to give you some sort of technical details about the track itself, the total length of this track is 13,629 meters. Total elevation difference is 37.3 meters. It has 38 corners. And then the longest straight, what you're seeing right now on screen, is 1,679 meters.
That means 1.7 meter long straight, is it?
Yes, yeah, almost 1.7.
And a 13.6 kilometer circuit in total.
Yeah.
Whoa.
This is an actual circuit. It is in France, in the city of Le Mans.
So this is where the Le Mans, the 24 hour. Wow, I see. So this is historic.
This is historic. Actually, it opened back in 1923. The circuit
What are you?
has
You're
been
walking
there.
encyclopedia or something. You're not even reading from something. You memorize this, is it?
And this track happens to be one of the highest paced tracks in the entire world. You know, truly putting the aerodynamics of racing machines to the test. In addition to the modern layout, which include a chicane, you will see now there's two chicanes. The total length, like I said, 13.6 kilometers.
I think a lot of slipstreaming will happen on this circuit.
Yes,
Everybody's trying to
yeah.
get the slip on this on this circuit and get the toe from the guy in front. I suppose going in a bunch does help each other, as we saw
Yeah.
with the Hong Kong drivers.
Yes, yes. Let's see what the pro drivers, 10 pro drivers up to. I think they would have now calculated their individual strategies, because it's a very, very long circuit. You know,
See,
tires,
Sam,
fuel.
if you go up a little bit, now we're riding with Adam. Can we ride with the drivers in front? About three of them. You see the three Pereira brothers. See what they're doing. Go up. Go down to Kevin Bryan and Mevan Pereira. They are doing what the Hong Kong drivers did. See, they are doing the slipstream game.
Yes, yeah. Obviously, they would have seen what the Hong Kong drivers did.
This helps all three of them.
Yeah. But at the end, the three will have to decide who's going to be leading the pack.
Well, today is all about Brian, because Brian's got just 2 points, which he needs to get more than Rushdie. So Rushdie leads the championship right now with 160 points, and Brian is with 158. So the three brothers here, there's a lot of gamesmanship between the three of them. Brian needing to make sure that he gets this slip from the brothers and get a better timing, I guess. Also, Kevin, who's in third, he too has to pick up his pace a little bit, because he's got Akil Rizni right on his tail.
So it's going to be, it's going to be interesting to watch all these drivers, what their strategy is going to be.
This is like F1, they've got, you come to the final round, final two races, and everybody's positions can change.
Yes, and
And that's our
they are
champion.
not
Yeah.
far apart.
And that's what the championship is all about. Huh?
Yeah, true, true.
You know,
That's
you,
the
you
whole
you've got
idea.
everybody who's vying for some kind of a slot somewhere, and they've all got to do something to make sure that they do better.
Yeah, true, true. Yes, and strategically, what we did was to to sort out or kind of, introduce this long, very long
Sam,
track
what
as
was what was the organizers' thought process when they went to choose this particular circuit? Because this is one of those circuits where nobody wants to really drive on, because
yes.
it's such a technical circuit. It takes a lot out of you.
Because I mean when you look at it, the first look, all they see is the longest straight, and they would think, we can go flat out. But they're what they're not realizing is, when you go flat out, the way that we have done the fuel and the tire strategies, that fuel is going to deplete very, very fast.
And you've also, I saw what you've done. You made this into a 7 lap race,
7 lap
so
race,
they
yeah.
can't really split themselves into 3 and 3 for a pit stop.
No, they can't.
So one's got to be a longer session, one's got to be a shorter session.
Yes.
That's not ideal.
Yeah. So either they'll have to think about, am I going to start the race with a full tank, heavy load, or start less and get on with a different strategy.
Sam, they can't start with a lesser load. They have
No,
to
they
start with
can't.
they start with a
It
full
comes with
load.
the initial load.
Yes.
But they'll have to think, on the second one, are they going to fill up the same way, or are they going to fill it up halfway?
So what you're telling me is, even their fuel mapping, which they will have to adjust on circuit,
Yeah.
will have to also be very be mindful about what they're
Yes,
doing. Huh?
they'll have to give a lot of thought. They'll have to calculate a lot, and see how they're gonna span out during that whole 7 lap race.
I was having a chat with a driver or two today on strategies. I can't really mention their names because I'll be leaving the cat out of the bag. But they do have a plan, but sticking to the plan is going to be a little tight, because at certain points, if you do have a slip, or if you get to manage to get the toe, life is easier and you will burn less. But if you get caught to the headwind, then you are going to burn a lot more fuel. So there is a lot of thought going into this whole process, and I'm looking at it from a totally different perspective. Our drivers have matured.
Yes, they have.
They've matured to think out of the box,
Yeah.
and figure different concepts of motorsport. It was earlier. I remember when we started this 3 years ago or 2 years ago, and we were racing against the Indian team. We didn't know whether we were coming or going.
Yeah,
And
that was,
today,
I mean, we were kind of, thrashed out of the ballpark, to say, when we ran with the Indians. But now I think all the drivers, the both classes, the pro and the AM, they have matured so much, and I think we can take on many countries in the Asian Pacific region right now. The standard that these guys are following right now, the race etiquette and the discipline, everything is, it has fallen into place, kind of thing.
Sam, Sam, as we said earlier, these are these are the little things that we've got to do to keep the motorsport alive in the times when everything had shut down.
Yeah.
And there you see Riaz having a bit of a moment, um, quite agricultural in that little Hyundai of his.
See, these are the little things with this track will throw at you. You come into that corner, you can come flat out, but if you just step a little bit out, that's where you're going to end up, on the on the barriers.
Shami Alvis, another brilliant driver.
Yes, he is.
Very
Yes.
brilliant driver. But I've found that Shami performs extremely well when he's at the front of the pack.
Mm.
But when it becomes a reverse grid, he does tend to have problems in coming up the grid.
Yeah.
For some reason, some Shami's not had the the
The
timing or the
or sheer luck.
opportunities. Yes, opportunities. It just hasn't panned out for him. He's a super driver, but he's still learning that one. Kevin again there. The three brothers now seem to have pulled a bit of a gap between from each other. Uh, Kevin now, uh, Kevin now pulling away from Brian. I am not sure this is the ideal situation for Brian because Brian does need a help in hand from a brother to give him a bit of a tow. As Kevin pulls away, he's now right. I think Kevin has moved to a Viper. Yes, he's in the Dodge Viper today, and Brian, who is also with us, he is in the Porsche. And Brian, I think, is a little slower because from the timings that we see, he's 3 tenths down from Kevin. And Mevan at the moment is tailgating Brian to get the toe. That hole in the air will be very helpful to Mevan as well, as Mevan goes parallel with Brian and think he's taken the place from Brian. I'm not really sure what that was all about because I'm wondering whether Brian is trying to find a little gap for himself. The three brothers now spacing themselves out. Yes, as they come past. Not, I can't really tell you which corner because this is a little difficult for me to remember 38 corners.
And especially all the corners names are in French.
Is it?
Yeah, most of most
My
of.
French is really not good.
And just to give you a whole idea of this particular track, the fastest lap time on this track on the cars that you're seeing right now, the GR3s, is 3 minutes 53.364. And if you look at what Brian is showing right now, is 3:56.590. So these guys are almost there.
I'm trying to figure what exactly is happening because we've not been privy to the general lap times that come in here, but we do get a indication that drivers are logging in some lap times. I'm wondering whether this is the out lap still or whether they have actually managed to
Yeah, because I think the official session has
finish.
finished
Yes.
since there are a lot of
So,
drivers on
so
track.
Kevin is at the moment provisionally on pole, followed by Brian, Thiago, Akil, Seshan, Mevan, Irshan, and Adam. I'm not really sure of the timings. Yes, yes, my timings, my naming was right, and we now go into the race.
And if you just want to go through the qualifying, Kevin, Brian, Thiago, Akil Rizni, Seshan, Shami, Mevan, Irshan, Adam, and Riaz. So it gets reversed.
And there you see the cars under starters orders. Sam waiting to press the button for the green lights to go off. Sam being his usual self. And the cars are off. You see the green car of Akil Rizni. Wow, he pulled a blinder there. Akil came from nowhere quick into second place. Akil, brilliant drive by Akil. I think he needed that, and you find Thiago there going parallel with Akil, getting the second slot there, but in the process, Kevin managing to pull away that car, suiting him beautifully. I mean, in the melee of the whole process, I think Brian came a cropper from second. He dropped all the way down to fourth. And Thiago having a penalty. I saw him pull a penalty through the.
Yeah, he does. He
He
does have a
he
0.5 second
he
penalty.
he had 4 wheels off the circuit
Yeah.
there to when he came into that corner number 3, I think. He's being hounded from both sides. I think he got sandwiched by
Akil
both
and
Akil and Brian,
Brian.
and I think he managed to get third place, but he's also dropping places because he's losing the penalty as well. And Thiago still in third, but he still serves the penalty. So up front we have Kevin, Brian, Thiago, Akil, Rushdie, Mevan, Adam, and Seshan. It's interesting to see how these guys are driving. I mean, very clean. If you look at the back of the pack, all the drivers are trying very hard to see right from the back. Shami, told you about Shami. He's at
Yeah.
the back, and he struggles with this. He doesn't manage to. He can't manage to find that hole on the circuit to go up places.
Yeah, and the good example. I mean, if you remember when we first initially started, we had a driver called Huzaifa Jafaji. He used to go through that hole even if he is at the back of the grid. I mean,
Josefa was good.
yeah, couple of laps down the whole race, you see he's at the fourth position or the third position.
Yeah.
I don't know
Yes.
how he did it, but he was there.
He could smell the gaps there.
Yeah.
But then again, each one has a different mode of driving. Can we go up, Sam, and just check the drivers up front? We've got 6 cars here, so I think the first of the best of the rest is someone I think is Mevan. Mevan, if you look at it, there are 2 trains of driving. There's Kevin, Brian, Thiago, and Akil who are fighting for the top 4 slots, and then there's a huge gap. There's a gap of 2.5 seconds between Akil and this thing. Uh, Sam, if let's ride with Akil. If you ride with Akil, I think these guys are jostling with their places. You see, I've seen the name Akil go up and down, up and down. He and Thiago are having a bright royal battle to keep these cars on circuit. I saw the names changed 2-3 times. Akil is all over there. He's right on Thiago's tail.
Yeah, Akil, he will not give up this battle. He will keep on pushing Thiago.
He's a warrior.
He is a warrior. If you have noticed him driving, last couple of races, he will fight his way into some sort of a position.
Rushdie is at the bottom.
Rushdie is
Rushdie needs
currently
Rushdie
number
needs to
sixth.
Rushdie needs to come up the grid because he is a title contender.
Yeah.
He is our title contender. He gains to lose 25,000 rupees of prize money
Yes,
if he doesn't
courtesy of lap 57.
cut your lap 57. I mean, he's going to lose that today if he does not keep that 2 point advantage to himself. He
Yeah.
he needs to do something. He needs to whatever he does. He needs to be ahead of Brian.
Yes, yeah. So he needs to come at least about another 2 places up.
Not two, Sam. He's got to come all the way.
Oh
to the
no, all the way up to.
He's got to be first.
Podium. Yes, yeah.
He needs to win this because the gap between 1 and 2. I'm not too sure how many points it is.
1 and 2 would be
4 points.
4 points.
Yes, so that's going way against him because unless he gets the fastest lap, do we give points for the fastest lap of the race?
Yes.
So Akil's
2
got
points, yeah.
so Akil's got to hit at least the fastest lap of the race. So there you see Akil.
Oh, that's Mevan and Rushdie.
So Rushdie. I'm sorry, I got the names mixed up. Rushdie needs to be. Oh, see, is there something happening here? Is this some kind of teamwork where Mevan is slowing Rushdie down to make sure that he does not come close to the brother? I hope there's no gamesmanship.
I don't know
whatsoever.
whether these 3 brothers have spoken before.
I'm sure they've spoken before, but
Yeah,
do they have a plan here?
I don't know.
I mean, it happens in Formula One.
So where is Mevan in the points table?
Mevan is nowhere. He's seventh.
Clearly, he's helping the brother Brian.
Sam, we can't do anything about it.
He can't do anything about it. It's nothing against the
The,
regulations that we have put out.
it's not in the rules that you
Yeah.
can't really do this, but
So far, he's doing a pretty good
so for
job.
those of you who are joining us today, this is the CMSC Race at Home Championship, the final round, and we've got 10 drivers in the. This is the professional class race. And we've got 10 drivers who are taking part in the final. It's all good to go because we've got drivers right across the board here who are jostling for championship positions and prize money as well. It's any man's game today. As you can see, Thiago's pipping Akil Rizni into that corner there. And Akil, something really happening to him. He's losing a bucket load of time there. These drivers making a carpet of mistakes today. I mean,
Yeah, because if you look at the name tag underneath, you'll see now Thiago has a plus 0.1 second
he's
penalty.
he's still
He's
trying to
still holding it.
he's still recovering from the initial penalty he had.
Yeah.
So Mevan's still holding Rushdie Irshan, our championship lead, up, and while his brother also serves a point 0.9 second penalty. I'm wondering about Brian. Brian's sliding the car a lot, and what in relation to Thiago, how much of fuel has Brian burnt?
Okay, Brian has burnt.
About a half and a
Yeah,
bit.
yeah, and look at the way that Brian is driving, and if you see
The car is
below,
sliding.
aggressively, if he brakes, those four tires, whichever the tire that he's aggressively braking on, will
Okay.
light up.
Okay.
So he's driving a bit aggressively. If you look at the
No,
on
what I
the
want to
left side,
know, Sam, statistically, how much of fuel has Thiago used? So Thiago's running a way lesser fuel strategy.
Yeah.
He's running a little longer than Brian.
Yeah.
Brian, I think, is trying his level best to catch Kevin, but he's not really making too much of an impression because the gap between Thiago and Brian is not really changing.
yeah,
Whereas Kevin has it all to himself. He's got about a 3 second lead at the moment because he's serving a 1.9 second penalty.
Penalty,
He's
yeah.
he's got a 5 there.
Yeah.
So it's a 3 second gap. Brian is closing the gap.
Yeah.
But Thiago is closing the gap to him as well because
Yes,
it was
yeah.
2.5 and now it's 1.9.
yeah,
Ideally, these three guys have to get into within a 3 tenths
yes,
to benefit from the toe. So nobody is really gaining because Thiago is pulling away from Akil Rizni. And Rushdie has finally managed to overtake Mevan. Or Mevan has something's gone wrong because Mevan's dropped all the way to the
Mevan
bottom.
has dropped all
I'm
the way.
wondering. I'm wondering whether Rushdie didn't get frustrated and say hello, move or thou shalt be moved.
I think that's what he has done, But I don't know what has happened to Mevan because he has dropped all the way to
Oh,
eighth.
Sam, look at the next set of guys. Look at those guys. How many cars in the bunch there? Let's go. Let's look.
That's
Let's ride with these
Riaz.
guys. Riaz, Adam. Hey, what's Adam doing? Adam, Riaz, Mevan, Seshan, Shammi. Whoa, they're in a right royal battle there.
Yeah. So
So-
Adam and Riaz is leading that pack. Adam, then Shammi and
Mevan leaning into Shammi there. All of them having penalties means they've all had a bit of a moment with each other.
Yeah, or they have gone into the barrier. Yeah, all of them are getting in-game penalties.
See that Adam's car snaking around there. I got carried away and forgot the commentary as well. But these guys are beautifully driving, and all of them, I think, apart from Seshan, are all driving Porsches. Seshan driving
Supra.
the Supra. They're sandwiching the little Adam right in the middle. and Adam coming a cropper and saying, "No, I can't have this anymore." And Mevan and Shami is not going to give in. Shami, see, look at that. Shami breaking a little later there, right on board with Shami-san. Oh, Mevan, that was naughty of Mevan. That was thoroughly, I mean, frustration setting in. I mean, that was nicely done by Shami. Thank God he got the better of that. I'm sure Riaz must be wondering how long is he going to be able to keep this, because Adam is going to be hassling Shami as well. These four guys, look at this. Beautiful train of cars there. This is a wonderful battle here. Um, where is Mevan? Mevan is there riding in ninth place. He keeps going back and forth. He keeps going back and forth. Amazing drive by these guys. Lovely to see as Riaz trying his level best.
Oh, Kevin and Brian, they have pitted.
Yes, because they were burning a lot more fuel,
Fuel, yeah.
Sam. Thiago is still running another lap for sure.
Yeah, I think he should be able to, yeah,
He'll be
just make
running.
one more lap.
He's running another lap. One
Yeah,
more lap. Nothing
one more
more.
lap, yeah.
One more lap. Akil has to come in the same.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't think Akil will try to do a two there, because that's a bit too much.
yeah, pushing it.
Pushing it. Rushdie is also in the same. These guys have been running a different strategy. That's why they haven't been pushing. They've had a plan, and when they come out, they can also fuel up way much less.
Yeah,
So that will Akil and Rushdie may just jump Brian,
yes.
because they short shift, burn less fuel, and then they come out with less fuel on board. The standing time in the pits is way less.
Yeah,
Whereas this time Brian may have had an issue on that one. But it'd be interesting to see, as Kevin has lapped the quickest lap time of 3:55.755, and that, I think, Sam, is about very close to where you said it would be. And you ride on board with Akil, and our leader at the moment, Thiago being hounded by Akil Risni in the Viper. I can see, if you watch Thiago's gear shifts, they are not going all the way evenly change. Yes, he's holding. Yes, he's short shifting as well.
yeah,
He's not holding it all the way. He's shifting way below the torque curve. So he's changed his strategy for this race. You normally see the guy going flat out, but he is driving a way more controlled, aggressive race. And see, you can, even the throttling is coming down very much
it's
later.
very much on the
and
short
and
shift.
and
Look at
see
that.
and see after he's changing on the fourth and the fifth, he's not taking it all the way there.
Yeah.
Which means he is running a far more different race strategy here. Akil is 1.9 seconds. He's not really doing anything to challenge Thiago either, because these two guys are on a totally different strategy here. So I'm not, this circuit is very difficult to remember, and I'm not too sure where the pit entry is.
Pit entry should be at the.
Is it at the top or the bottom? Are we getting close to the pit entry or not? I can't remember.
I think it's at the top.
So Akhil there, and Rushdi Shan uh, a lot far behind. I'm not too sure whether Rushdi can pip these guys, because he's too far behind.
He's too far behind.
He's too far. Thiago and Akhil might be able to make a difference,
Yeah.
but unfortunately, Rushdi got delayed way too much by Mevan. The pit entry is in this circuit is a real messy place.
Yeah, it's in a very, very messy
Place. If you miss it, you're in deep trouble.
Yeah, because you'll have to go.
See, Thiago's he's pulled another 4/10
Yeah.
there from Akhil. Thiago is just about there with his fuel. I think he has a few turns more and a few corners more. We'll actually ride on board with Thiago to watch what a pit stop looks like. He's got a 1.9, maybe 2 second gap there to Akhil. Car sliding around. The tires have seen better light of day. You've got to be really careful. I think the pit entry is somewhere about now. No, it's not.
I think it's a bit further up.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I can't remember this circuit. It's way too long for me even to me to remember.
Yeah.
That's where it is. We'll ride on board with Thiago to watch the car going under to his pit stop, and that's what a pit stop looks like.
And that's Thiago's big crew.
Pit crew waiting for the car to come. Everybody with Gran Turismo livery on themselves. As you see, most of the drivers are coming in on this lap. Thiago, Adam, Akil, Mevan, Riaz, Shami, Rushdie, Sashan. So only Kevin and Brian ran a different strategy. I'm wondering whether it worked for them. As Thiago, who was leading up to that point, comes in for a splash and dash. He will not for sure top up his fuel all the way. He's got zero fuel in the car. Car there, fueling in. He must be having a delta point where he decides, okay, that's it. These guys, for your information, okay, for your information, they do have a methodology of deciding at what point his fueling reef is stopping. As Thiago comes just behind Brian, just there, just Brian and Kevin have just about managed to make it. I'm not exactly sure what happened there, but brilliant strategy by the Pereira brothers. They're not really out of the woods as yet because Brian is suffering with a 2.3-second penalty, which is going to drop him all the way down to, if I were you, I'd say between Akil and
Rushdie.
and Rushdie. So Brian is in trouble at the moment, and that's sad because Thiago has no penalty. Brian is serving a penalty of 2.3 seconds. He's trying his level best to get under the wing of the brother, but I don't think that's going to really work because everybody else is also going to come in. Brian flashing his lights at the brother saying, go or move. Go or move because I'm under pressure now and I need to pick a gap. He's not really making that penalty go away. And Thiago is now bringing the gap down to 8 tenths. And Akil is not too far behind. And if I were Akil, I would do nothing. I just let these three guys in front figure it out.
Yeah.
And just, I'm sure something
Waiting in the wings.
waiting in the wings, Sam, as you rightly said it, something is going to happen as Thiago is now not really making an impression, but I have a feeling Kevin is not going any faster as well for Brian to pull away, and Brian is going to lose that 2 seconds and he's going to drop all the way.
Yeah.
Now, Sam, Akil, and Rushdie needs to pick his pace up and catch this bunch.
Where is Rushdie?
Rushdie
Right
is
now he's in the fifth position.
yeah. So Rushdie is 8 seconds away. Bit too far away.
Bit too far
Bit
away.
too far. Rushdie needs to bring this down to 4 seconds.
Yeah. And we have another 2 more laps to go.
26 kilometers to go. In a total sense, 26 kilometers. Thiago right on the tail of Brian now. Brian,
Has he found the slipstream?
he has.
I think
he
yes.
has. Brian moving on to one side, trying to cover him there. It's going to be a tough one. Thiago trying to go around the outside. Yes, he does a move right around the outside there. And there's a bit of argy-bargy there. Come on, guys. Keep it clean. Come on, guys. Keep it clean. This is not the way you do it. As under braking, Thiago's going to have that corner.
Thiago.
Yep.
Drive properly.
So Kevin managing to get the better of Kevin there. Oh, that was a nice undercut. Kevin trying his level best to keep it going. See, Sam, what happened is these guys pitted in early. If you look at the fuel, Kevin and Brian are also running less fuel than Thiago. So now there must be something different that Thiago is doing that he has up his sleeve to make sure that he gets a better run there. And I think something happened to Kevin. Kevin ran wide all by himself, I presume, and that
Yes,
gave
he's still on track, so obviously
he ran wide.
Yeah.
He ran wide. And gave Thiago that little window there to take off. I'm not too sure exactly what the game plan is. Brian still suffering with a 1.9-second penalty.
If he doesn't get rid of this penalty before end of this lap, it's going to be very, very detrimental for him when it
Not
comes.
really, actually, because he's championship contender.
Yes, he will get the championship, but
The gap
Yeah.
I'm not too sure what the gap between. See, this is what it is. If Akil comes into second, let's look at the combinations here. Akil comes into second and Brian comes into third. I think it'll be a tie for the final.
Yeah.
I'm not too sure. I think it will be a tie because
Yeah.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, only the first place guy gets a bonus of 4 points. After that, it goes 2, 2, 2, 2. Am I right?
Mm,
I'm not too sure.
um,
It's 20, 16,
yeah.
then 20, 16, 14. Okay? Am I right?
No, no, no. But the point wise,
Point
it's
wise.
2, 2, 2, 2, 2.
Yeah.
All the way.
It's all the way 2, 2,
Yeah.
2.
Yeah.
Okay. So there you go. If Akil manages to, no, Akil is not close enough.
No, he's not.
No, but what I'm saying is that Brian is having that 1.9 second penalty.
Yeah.
Okay, now hear me out on this. The gap between Brian and Akil is 1.3. So mathematically, Brian can come third.
Brian can come third. Yes.
Okay, which means Akil comes second.
Yeah.
Rushdie, who's our championship leader, is leading by 2 points.
Yeah.
Comes fourth. We go into the final round with them tied.
Yeah.
Ha, see what I mean? It is coming to an absolute nail biter. Absolute nail biter. 25,000 rupees at stake between Brian Pereira and Rushdie Irshan. And it's going to come to the final race. And you know something else? These guys are going to be starting next to each other into the final round.
Yeah.
Because on the reverse grid, all of them will be at the back.
All of them will be at the back.
Fantastic racing. It doesn't get any better than this, Sam.
Yeah. So this is race number 1 on the pro class. So race number 2 will happen almost back to back with a 15-minute break in between. So we'll have to see what the strategy is going to be, because this is kind of the stepping stone for them to finish off on race number 2, because race number 2 is the crucial race. That's where you need to pull all stops and go for the kill. I believe this what these guys are trying to do right now, to set that perfect stage for race number 2.
Meanwhile, I think Thiago has managed to pull a gap of 3.94 seconds from Akil, and Akil has got second place.
Yeah.
Akil, without the penalty, got second place.
Yeah.
That goes to show the pace that they had by running in the different format. Yeah, Sam, this is what I was trying to explain to you. By doing that early pit stop, Brian and Kevin didn't help themselves.
No.
Now, Sam, let's work another herring in this whole process. Rushdie is 4.7 seconds behind Brian. Okay? Rushdie's tires are fresher by 1 lap than Brian's.
Yeah.
Okay. Brian is serving a 1.9 second penalty, 1.6 now. Okay? Which means the net gap is about 3 seconds
Yeah.
in that last lap. That's nothing. Sam, what's the prediction?
Okay. As you can see, Thiago is at the right
He's-
at the
he's-
top.
he's
Because
put-
he's
he-
not. He's not.
He's pulling away.
Yeah.
Thiago's pulling away. There's no, unless there's some calamity that we don't see,
Yeah.
there's nothing going to happen there. Okay? Kevin is catching Rushdie
Rushdie.
and trying to give him a bit of pressure, but I don't know. Rushdie is a seasoned campaigner. It's not going to really work. But Kevin was leading, unfortunately. I mean, he's got the fastest lap as well. So he's quick. He can hassle Rushdie, but Rushdie is not going to give in that way easily. Mevan, I don't know really what happened to Mevan. Mevan messed up somewhere down the line. So we've got to figure this one out. Adam is doing very well. Seventh, has a slight penalty, I think, but he's doing very well. Shammi has made an impression, but hasn't come up the order enough. Riaz is still being hassled left, right, and center by Seshan. that car is not, those two cars are not the easiest cars to drive. They're not the best performing cars either. So I mean, they're trying their level best with the little bit that they have. So there you have Riaz having a 2.5-second penalty. Seshan on the inside, he's on that long straight. Seshan is, in my opinion, in the wrong place. Riaz is a smart man.
Yeah.
Riaz is a smart man.
Smart man.
He
He's getting the toe.
he made sure that Seshan was in front to get the toe on the next long straight, and that's going to be a problem. He shouldn't be. He should be just following him there. I hope Seshan stays to one line and doesn't weave on this straight. There you see him ducking out. I think Riaz had the toe. Smart man. He lined Seshan up beautifully, and Seshan is trying to do the same thing to him. But I don't think that slip was long enough for him. It is inadequate because the next left-hander, Riaz, is on the inside. Beautifully does it, says thank you very much, and walks off home. Shami all by himself, Adam all by himself. Kevin, Mevan has had some problem. Mevan has had some problem. I think he's coasting. He may have had some kind of an issue. It's nothing to do with the system because the car is running fine.
Yeah.
So it may be a mechanical issue with the steering or something like that, because apart from that, the car is physically running fine. Riaz, there you have it. They've all overtaken these guys. Kevin still hassling Rushdie Irshan. Rushdie is now... Kevin managed to get the better of Rushdie there. That didn't really help, because that doesn't really help Rushdie's cause. Rushdie trying very hard to get the place back. Yes, he does get the place back with a little bit of a nudge, but the car was ghosting at that point, so he wouldn't have known when the car was going to unghost itself. Brian has now fallen to a further way, all the way down. We will ride on board with Akhil, our championship leader. Up to this point was Rushdie Irshan. He's lost it, unfortunately, to Brian. The gap would have been very close between Brian and Kevin had Kevin not overtaken Rushdie there.
Rushdie, yeah.
But on the reverse grid, Rushdie starts ahead of Brian.
Yeah.
So there you have it. Something can happen at this point as Thiago comes into the final bit of turns to take this win in the last race. Great drive by Thiago. Started in third place, did it perfectly. Does a bit of a tail wag. He does his customary wiggle of his tail. Wins this round. Good job driving by Thiago. Akhil coming second. Amazing drive by him as well. That Viper is not the easiest car to drive. Brian takes third place. And we see Rushdie Irshan coming in fourth. Kevin coming in fifth. And what happened to... Yes, Shami comes in sixth. Adam comes in seventh. Seshan comes in a very good eighth. Riaz comes in ninth. And Mevan coasts along to the 10th spot. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back with you in 15 minutes when race 2 begins.
What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art? Or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT Mobitel has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT Mobitel, the connection. What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art? Or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT Mobitel has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT Mobitel, the connection. What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art? Or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT Mobitel has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT Mobitel, the connection. What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art? Or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT Mobitel has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT Mobitel, the connection. What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art, or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT Mobitel has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT Mobitel, the connection. What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art, or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT Mobitel has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT Mobitel, the connection. What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art, or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT Mobitel has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT Mobitel, the connection. What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art, or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT Mobitel has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT Mobitel, the connection. What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art? Or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT Mobitel has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT Mobitel, the connection. What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art? Or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT Mobitel has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT Mobitel, the connection. What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art? Or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT Mobitel has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT Mobitel, the connection. What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art? Or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT Mobitel has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT Mobitel, the connection. What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art? Or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT Mobitel has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT Mobitel, the connection. What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art? Or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT Mobitel has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT Mobitel, the connection. What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art? Or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT Mobitel has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you
So as
care
we go
most
to the
about.
race, as we move to race 2, Ladies and gentlemen, the final race of the day for the professional class. It's a reverse grid, and you'll find Mevan Pereira, who was last in the previous race, starts from the top in first place, while Thiago, who won the race, will start back at the grid. It's all good to go, and we will see what happens in the first few corners. How many places can be gained? As you'll find, Mevan Pereira and two of the drivers who were there didn't take off. For some reason, there is some problem there. As you see, 8 drivers have gone off, and 2 didn't make it. Kevin and Mevan have had an issue. I think their internet has dropped because they are both in the same place.
Yeah.
So there is an issue as Riaz Hafrat manages to get the place from Mevan. I think that happened by default because Riaz, when he took off, Mevan didn't really take off. But Riaz is being hassled by Adam and by Seshan. Interesting times. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you, Sam did the mathematics. He's going to give you some bit of information. Sam, why don't you tell our viewers the exact position?
Well, exact position. Okay, right now, as you know, currently Rushdie Irshan is leading the championship with 160 points, and Brian Pereira is at 158.
I thought they were tied, Sam.
Well, after this race one, right now they're tied.
So which means we go into the final race with our championship leaders tied for the 25,000 and the coveted title.
Yeah.
Fantastic. How much better can I get? It's like Lewis Hamilton and Max Verstappen. Speaking of which, our little Max Verstappen is fighting with Riaz to win that first spot in this first lap. I'm trying to explain to these guys, come on, race is not over in the first corner in the first lap, but come on, it's happening here. Adam on the tail of Riaz. Riaz, giving you a bit of history, was I think 4th in our championship last year.
Yes, yeah.
And he is a doctor by profession, you know that.
Riaz Hafrat.
Riaz is an eye surgeon in real life. And he also has a company called Beamer Coding where you can see his branding on the side of his car. Adam Junaid, 12 years old, absolute Max Verstappen fan, fanatic to another level, running the Maxis brand. You can see number 33 on the back of his car is in tribute to Max Verstappen. And in the background, Seshan is being now hounded by the Viper. I'm not too sure whose it is. It is Akhil Rizni who's managed to get the better of Seshan. Rushdie Irshan Brian has overtaken Rushdie. This is fantastic. Sam, let's go down. I think Akhil made a mistake there and dropped all the way back. But this is a race to the wire. Whoever who comes ahead in this particular race takes the championship home. And our two title contenders are running back to back with each other. You see Brian and Rushdie, and Thiago is in the slipstream of these guys. I hope Thiago doesn't get in the middle of them and separate them, because that will be bad for their championship contention. But Brian has got the better of Seshan, and I think that might be a bit of a problem. Rushdie needs to get ahead of Seshan as quickly as he possibly can to take the fight to Brian all the way. And Thiago in the slipstream of Rushdie, understanding the mathematics of this whole operation. Seshan making that little Toyota Supra as wide as it possibly can. He's not an easy guy to get past. I hope Seshan doesn't make a mistake and bump into the back of Brian in his excitement. But Rushdie also having a penalty, but nothing very serious. Down the main straight, I think they finished one lap out of the 7 laps.
Yeah, actually they have finished 2 laps.
But they're on their second lap. They're on their second lap. So this is interesting times. I hope I'm not advocating this, but I hope Seshan understands the bigger picture here, And I
give,
think
yeah, they've got the, they've got it, yeah.
all three of them did a right royal train right round the inside, and there is Thiago trying his level best to get past Rushdie. Rushdie is all over the place of Brian. These guys, this is fantastic. I mean, nail biting stuff, Sam.
Brilliant stuff, brilliant stuff. Actually, these two guys are, fighting every, inch of the tarmac that they have to stay ahead of each other. Let's see. Okay. Now, Thiago has managed to slip through both of them.
Is it?
Yes.
I missed that one. I
Yeah.
went for a cup of a glass of water because my throat was getting parched. I think Thiago lost it on the
Yeah, on
in
the-
Brian's smart man. Huh? He let Thiago go, slipstreamed him at the end of the straight. He got it back because now what's going to happen is poor Rushdie is going to get stuck behind Thiago. Thiago is not going to give in as well, and this might be a situation. For all intentions and purposes, Thiago, I hope he doesn't get in the middle of these two guys because that's going to ruin their championship.
Yes.
There's a little bit of weaving going along. I think Brian trying. Yes, I think he gets the better of Thiago under braking there. Yes, I think that was Thiago running a little wide. Gets it right. Sam, this is too much. Our championship guys. Whoa! Again, Thiago manages to get the third spot. Rushdie coming on the outside of. Oh God! Those two guys are going to take each other out. Sam, we have to tell them this championship is okay. I think Brian's going to get a penalty on that one there. He had all four wheels off the circuit there. No, the game hasn't given him a penalty. Yes, he does. No, he doesn't get a penalty.
Yeah, he does.
He doesn't get a penalty, and
I believe what they're trying to say is like if you have plus 000, in the sense they have been
warned. Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Right. So there you have it. The two championship contenders fighting tooth and nail. Brian trying very, very hard here to keep Rushdie at bay and overtake Thiago. This is a double-edged sword for him, as from what I see.
Yeah.
Adam in front is going to be another person who's not easy to get past. As Thiago manages to slipstream him, Adam is not an easy guy. Oh, Adam goes a little too wide, gives Thiago the opportunity to come parallel with him, and Adam running a slip with Thiago, and Brian is trying to get past Adam, because if you don't get past Adam is not an easy guy. He's the master of blocking people.
Yeah.
He's a brilliant driver. As Rushdie tries his level best, I think Rushdie made a mistake there and paid the price. He got stuck behind Adam. Brian now chasing Thiago, and I'm not too sure. Riaz in the process is saying, guys, thank you very much.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. You guys do your thing. Perfectly fine with me. I don't care what you guys do because my little Hyundai is going to be on the top step, God willing.
Yeah.
Okay,
For how long? For how long?
See, the thing is, Thiago runs a very different strategy,
Yeah.
as we saw in the previous race as well. And this, mind you, Thiago has come all the way from 10th all the way to 2nd. I mean, so he's got a plan. He's got a plan there, and it's interesting to see what's going to happen.
Yeah. Okay. What happened?
Brilliant driving by Brian, hassling Thiago all the way, and that's it. You see Thiago trying his level best. We'll go around the order as Adam is in 4th place now. Rushdie is in 5th place.
Okay.
Shami is in 6th. Seshan is in 7th. Akil Rizni is in 8th. And we've lost 2 drivers due to a power failure, we're being told.
Yeah, and Kevin and Mevan both.
They're playing from the same house.
They're playing from the same house. Unfortunately, I just spoke to Kevin and said that they've lost electricity. So these are things that you'll have to encounter when you're playing online and esport kind of a thing.
Riaz, meanwhile, trying to run away from it all. Thiago trying to run away from it all as well. He has a 1 second penalty. And Brian right on the tail of Thiago. Thiago trying very hard to stay ahead of Brian. Akil Rizni, meanwhile, hasn't made an impression as yet. I don't know what happened. I'll tell you, Sam. I think I know what's happening here.
So
Akil,
Akil is at eighth right now.
no, I'm talking about Rushdie. Rushdie is our championship contender.
Yeah.
So Rushdie, I think, has changed his game plan. He is going to run it very long to a different strategy. He'll save his fuel. He'll do an undercut. He'll try an undercut. But the catch is this: the longer he waits, the bigger the gap, the more difficult your undercut will be.
Yeah.
Because in this circuit, because the pit stops don't come very quick, very soon, right? You got 13 kilometers of a circuit.
Yeah.
You've got 38 corners to coast along, and you've got a long straight as well. You guys you guys have planned this to a different level in finding this circuit, right? And it's an odd number of laps.
Odd number of laps.
So Rushdie Irshan, right, is not going to make it, in my opinion. It's going to be a tight one, because this one, had he stuck to the back of Brian all the way, he may have been able to do something.
Yeah.
Right now, he is on a total coasting method. He can't run this whole race on without a fuel stop. That we know. It's just a matter of time when and how much of fuel he's going to come in for.
Yeah.
He needs to be much closer. I think
closer.
much
Yeah,
closer.
he needs
He's
to
losing a
push.
second a lap,
Yeah.
and that's not really helping his cause. We'll ride back on board with Brian and Thiago. Still, these two guys battling it out. I think Brian, so long as he stays where he is, he's home free.
Yeah.
Our champion for the day. At the moment, provisionally, if Rushdie doesn't try something out of the box,
It's Brian.
and these two guys don't take each other out,
Yeah.
Brian, I think, has made it.
Yeah.
The issue is today is that Kevin is also not leading too far. Oh, there is another problem here. By Kevin going out of the game, it gives Akil a chance to come up.
Yeah. Right now,
Is it-
Kevin is at 144
Four,
points.
but he won the first race, right?
Yeah.
So he's got 22 points because he got the fastest lap as well.
Yeah.
Whereas Akil came second, if I'm not mistaken.
Akil
Come on, Sam.
Yes.
Yes.
Second.
Okay, Sam.
Yes, yeah.
Do the math. Do the math and tell us. Okay, there was a gap of 4 here,
Yeah.
and there was a gap of 6. So that's 10.
10. And Kevin is out of the race.
Yes.
So
So
Akil will automatically.
come into second place.
Yeah.
That's a bit of a bummer. And Thiago is 112 plus 20. Very third, fourth spot for him as well. Poor fellow Kevin.
Yeah.
That's a real bummer
blow,
for him.
real
Yes, big blow for poor. Hey, these guys have all come into a pit stop.
Seshan, Akil Rizni, and Shami Alves. They've
All
gone
very
into
early pits.
Very early pit stops.
And Thiago is still running. Oh, he's got a long way to go. And Brian has managed to conserve his fuel, even though. Oh, you know, Sam, what the catch is. Brian is slipstreaming Thiago. So he's using way less fuel than Thiago does.
And if I'm not mistaken, he is.
He can run an
use
extra.
the fuel map
He can run an
and-
extra lap.
Yeah.
Oh no, he can't run an extra lap. No, but both have to come in at the same time. The difference will be that Brian will be able to take on less fuel for the last. Because I saw you need 87% of fuel on your car if you come in on the 4th lap.
Yeah.
Okay, 87%. So Thiago is not going. He will make it for sure, but that 87%, Thiago will put in more fuel and Brian will put in less fuel. That little gap is going to pip these two guys around. So technically speaking, Brian will pip Thiago in the pits. That's where this thing is happening. And see, smart man. He's not giving Thiago. He's not pushing Thiago. Thiago is driving his own race.
Yeah.
Brian is just slipstreaming him.
Yeah.
Brian is not trying to overtake him. He's just going to stay behind Thiago and wait until the pit stop window opens. He will underfuel himself and he will overtake Thiago in the pits. That would be my strategy if I was Brian. You never know. You know, when you wear that helmet, these guys have a mindset of their own. They can do anything that they want. I remember this circuit last year when we ran. When Thiago went to pit, he underfueled the car.
Right.
Same thing happened to Yavan David,
Evan David.
and he ran out of fuel
Yeah.
fuel twice.
Yeah.
So anything is possible,
Yeah.
right? So it's interesting what these two guys. But they, you see, Sam, they've come a long way.
These guys, yes.
These
Yeah.
guys have a long, long way. They've come a long way from where they used to be. I mean, look at the gaps they're keeping. Look at how clean they're driving. I mean, interesting to see Brian, after so many years of driving, how clean they drive. Healthy respect for each other. And while we watch this, shall we go down and watch a couple of other drivers? They're not really close to each other, unfortunately.
Rushdie currently running at
Eight,
third.
8 seconds away after a pit stop.
Yeah.
Or has he done a pit stop? No, he hasn't.
He has not done a pit
Yeah,
stop.
Adam has. Whoa! Adam is
now
on.
this is the problem.
Adam is on fumes.
Yeah, he's almost on fumes.
And
where
he's
is he?
got. No, he's
Well,
okay. He's got a little bit more to go to the pits.
Yeah, I think two corners he should be heading into.
No, Sam, he's got a long way to go because these guys haven't gone into the pits as yet. Sam, see, Thiago is just coming. Oh, see,
Yeah.
Brian overtook him into the pits. How did that happen? Whoa. What on earth is going on? Okay. Let's ride on board with, say, Adam is still. Oh, I hope he doesn't run out of fuel. Okay, you made it. That's what you call running it to the wire.
Yeah.
He's running it to the wire, but he's 24 seconds away from eternity. Now, this guy was our race leader. Okay? He's got a 32-second gap, and I think I know what he did. What do you think he did?
Did he fuel early?
No, he didn't change his tires. He
Yes,
didn't.
fueled.
He's fueled, but he didn't change his tires. Smart fellow. I told you, this guy Riaz, he is a different kettle of fish. Huh? He didn't put. He fueled, but didn't put his tires. So he's going to come. See, now we're at the pit door, right?
Yeah.
So Riaz is there.
Right. Now,
Akhil is there.
so I think I saw Brian just coming out.
Brian overtook Thiago in the pits. That we know, right? And Riaz maintains his lead.
Yeah, but look at that. He was kind of fishtailing, so he's struggling a lot. Riaz.
Yeah, and Akhil has also underfueled, and he is now down as well. So Thiago is now just a second and a smidgen away from Brian, who's pulling away. But Thiago's got a lot more fuel. Brian's full tanked himself. That's weird. That is weird.
We were under the impression he's gonna
Underfuel.
underfuel the car.
He's tanked full. Thiago has underfueled himself, and he's falling away a little bit. I think Thiago got a little rattled on that one, but you never know. Riaz is 3.2 seconds away from a hard chasing bunch of Porsches.
Yes, but they will be
On his tail.
On his tail very, very soon, because as you can see, Riaz is struggling with his tires.
That was inevitable. I mean,
Yeah.
that was never going to hold water.
But you see this track, the
No,
the
Sam.
straight,
On the straight, he's pulling away.
He's pulling away, but he needs to brake.
He does. Yes, he does.
He needs to brake, and if the tires don't hold, all three guys who's behind him,
It's called
Brian, Thiago, and Irushan.
It's called a slippery slope.
Yeah,
Because it's got an elevation difference as well.
So he's on a very, very slippery slope, Riaz Hafrat.
But credit to the guy. He's got 2 laps more to go. He's got a hard charging bunch of Porsches.
Yeah, and his tires are almost shot.
His tires are almost shot. I can see all the cars in the same frame on this long straight. All the way up to Seshan, I can see up to 6. I could see the cars there. So Riaz, Brian, Thiago, Irshan, Akhil, and Seshan all down in the same frame. The top order are going to be closing up on these guys. interesting times. The gap now dropping to 1.7 seconds. Our man Beamer Coding trying his level best to keep in touch with the podium. He might be able to make second, third, or maybe fourth. We wish him all the very best in his endeavor. It's a great challenge that he's been bestowed upon, and we hope that Riaz does come out on top on this one. Although Brian has managed to bring the gap down to just under 5/10, Sam. And there you see Riaz not really making the corner as Brian tries to run him on the outside. This is not going to be something that Brian wants. He doesn't want to get delayed because Thiago will be catching him. Thiago is watching him and saying thank you very much. Brian running. Oh, that's a tough one for Brian there. This is not working out the way he wants. Hard, beautifully keeping the car on the right side of the circuit to make sure that it has that line into the corner. Not really working. Unfortunate for everybody. Let's see what happens now.
I think Riaz is doing his level best to keep the car on a straight line, and he's finding it more difficult by the second. Look at that. Look at that.
It's
He
natural.
can't.
It's natural. No, it goes bound to happen. Your tires are pretty much 50%. How do you manage to go? It's not easy.
Yeah, his tires. If you look at it, it's 50% gone. So that means I don't think he has any grip. But the way these guys drive, somehow they managed to keep the
But
car. But I mean, look at that.
Sam,
He had to give in
Sam,
to
we've got a lap and a bit,
yeah.
20 kilometers roughly, and it's not over. It's the last round. It's the last round, and Brian has been taken by Thiago. Oops, what happened there? Okay, it's a long straight. Am I to understand that Brian gave him the place
So he
to
can get the
take
slipstream.
him, slipstream him out of the corner? But we see Rushdie Irshan. He's the man we need to see him up on that top step. Because if
He needs to
Rushdie,
get past
he'll
Riaz
get
Afro.
he'll get past Riaz, and you know what he needs to do? He needs to do a faster lap as well. If Riaz, if Rushdie gets up, beats Riaz, and gets the fastest lap, again they'll be tied on points.
Yeah.
And I envy you to figure out who's going to be the championship winner. Because there's going to be so much of questions being asked. No, but why me and why not and why this and why that? It's going to be one big, as in Sinhalese they call it, one big sambole, trying to figure this one out as to who it is. And I think Thiago is being challenged at the moment by Brian. I saw Brian coming around. I hope these guys don't try to do something stupid, because Brian, in my opinion, should not be driving like this, because he's got everything to gain and everything to lose.
Yeah. He needs to drive a bit cautiously.
A bit more cautiously, and people like Thiago have nothing to gain.
Yeah.
He's like way fourth in the championship, and he's just driving for the fun of it, whereas Brian is racing literally
On eggshells.
on eggshells, because he's a 20 kilometers away from a 20,000 rupees and his first championship esport win.
Yeah.
I would be a little more careful and say, Thiago, you just go
Yeah, just go.
and let me just solidify my second place and win this thing, as opposed to trying to ride on a high and lose it all. But then these are racing drivers. They're not going to give in. Then no, they're not going to accept that. And Brian lives to fight another day, whereas Riaz is now being caught by Rushdie Irshan. So that is the other issue in the process. Rushdie Irshan is third.
But all three of them are carrying in-game penalties, if you notice.
Very small. Rushdie's in-game penalty is 0.3.
Yeah.
So
and
it's
Akil Rizni is
yeah.
0.9.
Yeah. As soon as Riaz goes in for his in-game penalty. Rushdie will go through. Oh, that was it too close,
Very close,
very
very
close.
close.
There's a lot of traffic for
And if
these
you
three
notice,
guys.
Akil Rizni is flashing his lights and to tell Riaz Hafrat, please let me go.
Whoa, Riaz knocked him there. Oh man, that was close. Yeah, he brought it upon himself. That was bound to happen. Look at Riaz's tires. He's on canvas there. Okay, now let's watch what these guys are going to do. This is going to be fun. Come on, guys. Rushdie, pick your pace up. You've got a lap and a half or less. Whoa, you saw that?
Yeah, because I don't think
Riaz,
Riaz can control the car.
yeah, Riaz on the straight took poor Akil out. And he's on. That's what you call racing a wheelchair. That's what you call racing a wheelchair. You have zero control. Akil has to catch 7.5 seconds to Brian. Brian is tailgating Thiago. Brian has a 2-second penalty down the line.
Oh.
That's a bit of a bummer for him. He doesn't need to make this really go work for him. Thiago lets him go, catches the slip, and he takes him back again. These guys are just jostling for places. Unnecessary, in my opinion. Thoroughly unnecessary on Brian's part. He just needs to just finish this thing
Yeah,
without an incident.
Take his foot off the gas pedal a little bit.
Yeah, just.
If Thiago wants to win, let him win it.
No, are you mad? Why?
But anyway, he's going to be the
No, but if you're going to win, you're going to win on a high, right? That's the whole concept here. Brian, I understand what.
But if you make a silly mistake, he's going to lose everything.
That's the price you pay, and it can be a mistake from Thiago who'll send him off.
Yeah.
It can be Thiago making a mistake. I mean, you are going seriously on a concept that the other man is not going to make a mistake, but things do happen, right? So but it's wonderful racing. Whatever Sudenda is wonderful racing. Thiago's trying this way, trying that way. Please don't knock him. Oh, this is too much for me. Way too much for me. I'm as we've just got about half of the lap left. Let's see where Rushdie is. I think Rushdie. Oh no, poor Akil. Akil made one right royal mistake there. Went completely off. Adam has managed to come right up to. Akil is overtaken by. So Brian has overtaken Thiago. There, or was Brian ahead? I can't remember.
No, they keep on.
Swapping places. Yeah. And I think they're almost at the end of this whole thing. Brian manages to take the place from Thiago, but there is another issue. Brian is serving a 1.8 second penalty. So realistically, Thiago has got the fastest lap up to now, and he is potentially there to win this race as well. Mm-hmm. So great stuff from these two guys. Where's my man Akil Rushdie Irshan? 10 seconds away. 10 seconds away from 25,000 rupees.
Yeah.
And a championship win. He had it there. That's sad. I think this circuit didn't really suit his driving style. These two guys coming all the way up to the final bit, and absolute credit to them. They've drove very professionally. What's his name? Brian and Thiago have driven phenomenally well. Very professional. No blemishes in their game today. Healthy respect as Brian comes all the way up to the start finish line. Thiago manages to get it there on the wire. Gosh. Race 1 and race 2 goes to Thiago and Brian. Absolutely phenomenal driving from you, my friend. Winner of the championship 2021. The pro race champion, provisionally, I must say, because if there are any incidents that need to be reviewed by anybody. Great driving by Brian, great driving by Thiago, and we wish all our drivers all the very best. We'll be back with you in about 15 minutes with the AM race for for the day.
What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art? Or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT Mobitel has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT Mobitel, the connection. What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art? Or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT Mobitel has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT Mobitel, the connection. What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art? Or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT Mobitel has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT Mobitel, the connection. What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art? Or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT Mobitel has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT Mobitel, the connection. What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art? Or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT Mobitel has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT Mobitel, the connection. What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art? Or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT Mobitel has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT Mobitel, the connection. What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art? Or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT Mobitel has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT Mobitel, the connection. makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art? Or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT Mobitel has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT Mobitel, the connection. What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art? Or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT Mobitel has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT Mobitel, the connection. What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art? Or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT Mobitel has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT Mobitel, the connection. What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art? Or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT Mobitel has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT Mobitel, the connection. What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art? Or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT Mobitel has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT Mobitel, the connection. What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art? Or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT Mobitel has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT Mobitel, the connection. What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art? Or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT Mobitel has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT Mobitel, the connection. What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art? Or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT Mobitel has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT Mobitel, the connection. What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art? Or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT Mobitel has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT Mobitel, the connection.
Is the decider, in the sense if you glitch on the qualifying, that means you will glitch on the race as well. We'll see how it goes. Okay, but stay. You can't. No, you can't. Once you start qualifying, you can't.
We're back in for the Race 1, and this is in Acropolis. So it's a totally different circuit to what we had in Race 1 with the Pro Class. I'll get you the details of the circuit in a little while. I'm trying to get it up. We get it up on the screen. This circuit, Sam will give you a bit of a.
Okay, actually, this is known as the Acropolis International Racing Course. Autopolis, yes. Sorry, Autopolis. Total length is 4,674 meters. Total elevation difference is 52 meters. 18 corners, and the longest straight is 902 meters. And the Autopolis is the notable racetrack located in the middle of the mountain range in Oita Prefecture in Kyushu in Japan. In Japan.
Oh.
The southwestern island of Japan. It is known for its challenging layout, and while Sector 1 is a simple high-speed sector, complex consecutive corners of all speed ranges await the drivers in Sector 2 and 3, with a maximum upward slope of 7.2 degrees and 10 degrees downward.
Oh, so it's a tough one, huh?
It's a tough one. It is a tough one.
So the circuit banks and levels in different directions.
Correct.
Whoa.
Yes.
Okay. Interesting. Sam, how do you choose these tracks? You and Sabri, what do you
I think after doing this for the last 2 years, Sabri and myself kind of got got the neck off this whole
You got
thing
and you have
off.
and you have a sadistic streak in the two of you to make this thing work in such a way that
Come on, you have to think about it this way. This is the finals. There's no need for us to come up with the most easiest tracks in the entire circuit, because now these guys are fully seasoned to take on any track what Gran Turismo can throw at them.
So we've got another interesting situation here. We've got Imesh Silva and Rise are tied on points. So they go into the final. Sorry, they go into the final just like the Procras. We're going into see this event being run with the two championship contenders on tied on points. But there's something else. When these guys started the championship, we didn't have two of these drivers who were actually title contenders. That
Yeah.
is Dasun Ranatunga, who's our last time's champion, and Angelo Semratna, who came out of the blues from nowhere
Yeah.
into the series this time.
Yeah.
And Angelo is also very competitive.
Very competitive, but let's see how many points does Angelo have.
No, Angelo is not really in the running,
Not in the running,
but he can throw a spanner in the works of the other people.
yeah, easily he can do that.
Exactly. So when he throws a spanner in the works of the other people, between Dasun and Angelo, they can get in just like what Thiago did in the pro race.
Yeah,
nearly
actually, right
near,
now Angelo has 74 points. So, like you said, he
he's
can't
he's
exact-
like Thiago in the
Yeah.
previous race. He's not in the running for the championship, but absolutely competitive on race day, which can cause
cause a lot of damage to Imesh Silva, Raizuvem, or Mevan Vikramasinghe.
Mevan is far away.
Mevan is far away, but yeah. I mean,
And unfortunately, our fourth place driver Sam, he's having a couple of issues. Or Sam,
fourth.
so Inuk is fourth.
Inuk is fourth.
Oh, so Inuk has a chance of coming third.
Inuk has a chance of coming third.
So lots of places, different permutations and combinations today. And Inuk is also, I mean, great fellow. He's come from nowhere. He raced with us last year. He was cutting his teeth into the whole grip. What's that? Look at that car. Look at that
Oh,
car.
that's Sachetana's
Beautifully
nice livery.
branded.
Oh my God.
I mean, that's a scary one. If I was in front and I saw that car behind me, I wonder. In a dark night, that would be very scary. It's got a shark in the front of it, is it?
Yeah.
Oh man, that's scary as ever. In Singapore, there was this driver, a friend of mine. I don't want to mention his name. Oh, I spoke a bit too soon. Anyway, Sam, there's this guy, a friend of mine, a driver, who branded his helmet as a skull.
Okay.
And he's a go-karter. Can you just imagine this guy?
When you see a cart.
He's driving, and I'm in front, let's say, and I look over my shoulder and see a driver with a skull. How scary would that be?
Let's see what happened to Sachetan. I think he did it on his own. He was trying to push his Ferrari a bit too much, and this is the interesting thing about this particular track. You push it, and you're in the grass in no time.
Anyways, Sachetana is back with his shark-faced car, and Dasun at the moment leads the pack with 152.708, followed very closely by Rise Uem, who's 1/10 away from him, and Angelo Senratna in fourth, Imesh Silva Angelo Senratna in third, Imesh Silva in fourth, Mevan Vikramasinghe. I get mixed up between Mevan Pereira and Mevan Vikramasinghe. So Mevan Vikramasinghe in fourth, fifth, Sachetana in sixth, Inuk in seventh, Emdad in eighth, and poor Sam Smith with his brake pedal, which is faulty, who's promised to stay out of the way today. Yes, he is having problems. Oh, there's Sam going a little wide. I think his brake is not working properly. That's sad to see Sam. Sam is a very good driver. We love to see him take part, and unfortunate that his pedals are not working properly. But that's part of life, and that's Imdad Hussain. Imdad in that big monster of a GTR.
Actually, he has changed the colors because last time I think he had a different livery.
It's interesting, Sam. These guys can change colors between races, whereas in the real world, they have to spend a bucket load of money to change the color of their car and rebrand themselves.
Yeah.
It's a nice car. He looks quite nice. Imdad also is one of our sponsors, House of Glass. We must thank all our sponsors at this point, as this championship is brought to you by Petronas Synthium, powered by SLT Mobitel, and not forgetting our partners, Lab 57, who have given us cash awards for this championship, and House of Glass, who are giving us the trophies for this championship. So a big thank you, a big shout out to all of them. As we watch Imdad Hussain, Inuk Madhumarachi in that car, the black and red Advan branded Evo. I'm not too sure. Has he got all our branding? Yes, he has. You can see all the branding on the car. Did I see a branding on the bonnet? Petronas Synthium it's there. It's a smaller one, but it's there. And but that's the Sachetana in his Ferrari 458. Mevan,
he's also driving a 458.
Same car.
Yeah.
As the qualifying comes to an end, Dasun seems to have got the better of Rise. Angelo has got the better of Imesh. And I told you before this race started, these two guys are going to make one humongous dent in either Imesh or Rise's championship outing.
Yeah. So they're out to get the point leaders right now. Like you said,
neither party has a chance of.
Imesh and Rise, they're tied.
They're tied. So at this point of time, it'll be interesting to see where Dasun and Angelo place them. So Angelo is second. Right. So there we go, Sam. There we go. At the moment, Dasun has got pole, right?
Yeah.
Angelo is second, right? And Rise and Imesh are championship contenders at third and fourth. So this is a repetition of what happened in our pro class.
Yeah.
And there you go. Inuk has got sixth, right? So who's fourth in our championship?
Fourth is Inuk.
Sam.
Fourth is Inuk.
Inuk. So there you go. So 1, 2, 3, 4 of the championship are 1, 2, 3 of 3, 4, 5, 6 on the grid.
Yeah. It's going to be pretty interesting.
It's open to any man can win this one. Between 3 and 4, the gap is only 6 points.
Yeah.
And between 1 and 2 is 0.
1 and 2 is 0. What are they thinking? What are their fuel strategies? What are their tire strategies?
I'm not sure, Sam, because these cars are four-wheel drives.
Most of these
are
all the Evos are four-wheel drives.
No, even the
Ferraris.
Yeah, I think they're four-wheel drives. So the tire wear is very different to what you and I would understand. And what is the car that Angelo is driving? I'm not too sure. So he's driving a GTR.
Angelo's driving a GTR?
Angelo is driving a GTR.
Okay, that's Nissan GTR?
Yes.
Not the wisest choice, but...
But he came second. He's qualified second. So, I mean, what more can you ask for? As we watch Dasun Ranatunga on pole, we stay with Dasun, and Angelo is in second. Let's ride on board with Angelo. And Rise is in third. We'll stay with Rise because that might give us a perspective of what exactly is happening. Can you press the green light for the cars to go, please, Sam? There you go. And Rise does a very, very slow start. He lost it there. He's in third. Oh no, Rise has got third. Imesh is. I think Imesh lost the spot.
Imesh lost his spot. Yes.
And oh, that was a naughty one by Rise. I don't think that was ideal. Rise managed to bump Angelo from second to fourth, and that gave opened the window for Imesh to go through as well. I'm sure Sam is going to write that down because that was a little, in my opinion. Oh, there you go. Rice was knocked by Imesh as well. These two guys, I mean, I think we'll have to give them a bit of a
Warning.
warning and tell them, look, to drive clean because we've got people. And as Sam gives a warning now, you can
Right,
hear him.
Imesh, you need to drive clean, boys. Come on, this is the finals.
As you heard, Sam calling the drivers up on their communications system and telling them that they should be driving a little cleaner. That was a little unnecessary. And as Rise, Imesh, and Angelo now settle themselves into a bit of a rhythm here.
Actually, the the whole race is led by Dasun Ranatunga. He's driving from his place in Hong Kong.
So
Right
Dasun is
now.
in Hong Kong, is it?
Dasun is in Hong Kong. That's why you see the Hong Kong flag next to his name.
So he's physically in Hong Kong.
He's physically in Hong Kong.
Okay, and Rise, Imesh, and Angelo and Inuk are all the others
Yeah,
are in Sri
all the
Lanka.
others,
Right?
you know,
Yes,
in
okay,
Sri Lanka,
fine.
but-
So you find the top four drivers now have pulled out a bit of a gap between the others. There's a train of cars in the first bit, and a second train of cars, which is oh, poor Angelo. Angelo
yeah.
loses it all by himself, and that was unfortunate. And that was really unfortunate. What happened to Angelo? Has he gone all the way down, or is the
Yes,
car has he
yes, yeah,
glitched
yeah.
out?
No,
Yes,
no,
he's
no.
last.
Yeah.
Sam trying his level best, leaning into
Mevan.
Mevan, and Sam right round the outside of Mevan. Wow, beautiful move there by Sam, and Inuk followed him through. Mevan trying his level best. The Ferrari has the
Ferrari has the
has the
power
power
to-
to come
yeah.
out of the corner. But the Evo is four-wheel drive. I'm not too sure whether the 458 is a four-wheel drive.
I'm
Pardon
not
my
so sure.
pardon
I'm
my
not so
ignorance
sure.
on this one.
For that technical spec, I think we'll have to speak to Sabri and see. If I'm not
Sam.
mistaken, I think it's Ferrari's rear wheel drive.
Rear-wheel drive. But Sam, Inuk too has matured a lot. Have you seen Inuk drive some really good runs this season?
Yes. Yes.
He's a silent boy. He's see look at the way he slipstreamed there. Perfectly lined the car. Didn't keep too much space. Didn't bump either.
Yeah.
It was a very nice drive by Inuk. But Sam comes down the inside again, tries to go around, but it's a right-hander. Inuk has it there. Beautifully done, Sam.
Yes.
These two guys, very nice. I mean, they're driving in such a way that there's no touching. And that's what we want at the end of the day, healthy racing.
And I mean, like they say, motorsports is a non-contact sport, so you can't exactly bump into the other guy. And
Can you please can you send that memo to Hamilton and Max Verstappen, please? Can you please? I mean, your memo, can you send it to them also and tell them, look, guys, learn from Sam Smith and Inuk Madhumarachi.
Yeah.
Look at these little fellows driving.
And you can see a nice shadow of the
Helicopter. Yes, the camera view from there. And Mdad has come fourth in the whole process. Great
Yeah.
fella. He's come fourth in that big monster of a car. He's slowly wound his way up. We wish him all the very best. Unfortunately, we've lost the screens here. Yes, it's there. And let's see how Imesh. There you go. See them jostling for places. These guys, a little bit of bumping and hitting. I don't understand why they need to do this. Between Rise and Imesh, these guys are real world racing drivers. They've raced in the real world, so they know how it is. I don't think they'll try this in the real world because Rise races a Formula McLaren with their LGBs. the McLaren formulas, and I don't think he'd try that in one of those cars. He'd come out quite hurt.
Yes.
He's raced go-karts as well, but lovely to see these two guys driving. I have to say that compared to the pro class, these guys have a little more contact than they did. And I'm sure they will mature to come out in an ideal world. But in this whole process, Dasun Ranatunga has managed to pull a 5 second lead from these guys. It's
Yes.
quite a he's pulled a lead because these two guys are fighting. Those guys are this thing. Oh, I see. Inuk has gone off as well. Inuk's
Oh,
gone all the way down
yeah.
to eighth,
Eighth.
and Emdad has managed to creep up to fourth. Sachetana is somewhere there, but right now they're all in the same window. We might see them coming in for a pit stop. No, not really at this point of time. I'm not too sure what's happened. Let's ride on board. Oops, there we go. Mevan stepping out a little. Mevan Inuk needs to up the game a little bit and catch hold of Mevan if he is to be a championship contender in third place. He needs to do that. Inuk needs to overtake Mevan or get closer to Mevan or do something because the 6 second window is not ideal. Angelo has managed to overtake Sam.
Sam Smith. Anyway, but Sam was saying that
His pedals are faulty.
His pedals are a bit faulty, so he's gonna stay out of all these guys.
From the looks of it, he's not staying out of anybody's way. He is very, very competitive, even at the back. Angelo trying his level best to get past Inuk. Inuk trying to break a little later there. Angelo trying, but see Sam again.
Nice.
Very
nice
clean.
move.
Both
Yeah.
parties are very clean.
Yeah.
And Inuk has not raced in the real world at all. And he gave up the place in a very mature way, as well as Angelo, who's also raced in the real world, overtook in a very mature way. So that's what we want here. Sam trying his level best to stay, and Angelo, who's really quick, he's qualified second. At the moment, we've got Dasun Ranatunga, who's clocking a time of 1 minute 52, and we go along with that. Once again, we thank our sponsors, Petronas Synthium, SLT Mobitel, Lab 57, and House of Glass, who come all the way and supported us in this championship. We're at the last round. We've got one more race to go after this one. And for those of you who are joining us now, this is the first of the two amateur class races. The second race for the day will be a reverse grid based on the finishing order of the first race. Sam, what's our plan for next year?
Next year's plan 2022 is going to be pretty interesting because not only we will be lining up races locally, there's a lot of potential, and we have got a lot of requests from the Asian Pacific zone to have different championships. So we are looking at India, Singapore, Hong Kong, Malaysia. Then we have Taiwan, Indonesia. So, and hopefully we'll get New Zealand also on board.
So it's going to be an Asian Zone Championship.
Asian Zone Championship, yeah.
And run on Gran Turismo?
Run on, that's the whole idea.
So each country to give a driver for the Pro and one driver for the M class?
That's correct. Yes.
And how will you choose these drivers?
They will run individual qualifying events.
Okay.
And they will select whoever they want to float across to us. So that's how we're going to select the pool.
Interesting. And these guys, I mean, ideally, it will be brilliant if we see the Sri Lankan flag flying in those races as well.
Yeah. So
and you're also going to start PC-based racing as well.
That's correct. Yes.
How does that work, Sam?
So it'll be completely on iRacing as well as Assetto Corsa.
Okay.
Competizione. Yeah.
Okay. So ACC and iRacing.
ACC.
Oh, brilliant. So anybody who has a computer-based, gamers computer-based, will also be able to take part in a separate platform of racing.
In a separate platform, and plus AC Assetto Corsa is available on PlayStation as well,
Okay, so PlayStation and
and PC.
but they can't play together, I
They
presume.
can't play together, but we'll have to sort out exactly what we need to do, whether we're going to stick to the console based racing, or
Which console based means PlayStation based.
PlayStation based,
Okay,
or is it going to be PC based?
so PC based will be the ACC and the iRacing,
ACC and
and that
iRacing.
too you will have Asian zone events which CMSC will be a part of.
That's correct.
So
That's
the drivers from Sri Lanka can represent be representatives of say of the CMSC at the Asian zone events.
Asian
Oh,
zone event.
brilliant! So
That's
it's an FIA recognized championship.
it is. It is going to be a FIA recognized championship.
So from the looks of it, at the moment only Gran Turismo is being recognized.
Yes.
So there will be a recognition for the computer based games as well.
Yeah.
That's brilliant. That is fundamentally what drivers would want to run. And
Yes.
CMSC would be the only country in Sri Lanka who would be a part of the whole thing, is it?
Yes. Yes. That is the whole plan that we have planned out, myself, Sabri, and the whole committee.
So I'm also made to understand that you are integrally part of the whole Asian Zone working group for esport.
That's correct.
Lot
Yes.
of work for you.
Lot of work. I will be pulling my hairs out a lot.
It's a passion. But we see Dasun Ranadunga, 11.7 seconds in the lead, hasn't gone into the pits as yet, while
And
Imesh
and Rise
and
they've
Rise,
gone into the pits.
I think they've lost all their tires, if you ask me. Mevan,
It is, yes. Yeah.
Angelo going in as well. That monster of a car needs to go in there for. But Sam, I think they've come in a lap too early.
Yes, you're
They
right.
have come in a
Yeah.
lap too early because this is a bit too early because that car has had a moment and rubbed itself somewhere on
On
the
the
right
barrier.
on the barrier or another car. And Dasun, I think, has made the right choice. Imesh is now out. Rice is ahead of Imesh. These two guys are going to take this all the way as Rice goes down the outside of Sam.
Nice move.
Nice move. Yes. And Imesh following suit, trying to get that car. That's a big thank you to somebody. I'm not too sure who he's thanking. Thank you, CMSC. Oh, that's very nice of him. I just saw
Which
that.
one?
On the side of Rice's car, there's a big thank you, CMSC. The first time we've seen somebody thanking us for this. Very nice of the guy. I didn't really realize about who he was trying to thank. Mostly they thank the mechanics, but there are no mechanics here. Can you see that, Sam?
Yes, yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
very nice of him.
Yeah.
So that's appreciated. Thank you. Thank you, Rice, for for appreciating what race control goes through. As Dasun has a 27-second lead now, and realistically, Dasun's lap times have not really come down. Sam, look at the lap times he's clocking on the side here,
Yeah.
and there he comes into the pits right on bang on cue. He doesn't really need to tank up his fuel too much. These guys have not fueled themselves. Oh no, he hasn't come into the pits as yet. So Rise has fueled a little bit. Imesh has fueled less, but has still not been able to do the undercut in the pits. And Angelo is now.
Yeah, he was also in the pits.
He was in the pits. Sam has not come into the pits. So poor Sam, he's going to be way behind. And Inuk, I think, is suffering on this circuit.
Yes, a little bit.
Yeah, I think Inuk is not. But you know something, Sam? The gap between Mevan and Inuk is 10 seconds. That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Because that's the gap that Inuk needed to have 6 points.
He needs to push it a little bit more.
No, he needs to not one. He needs about 4 places up because Mevan is 6 points ahead.
Yeah.
That's 3 places up. So that's not really working in Inuk's favor. But we wish him all the very best. As Mdad has gone all the way to the bottom. What happened to Mdad? Mdad was 4th at some point of time.
Yes. He may have made a silly mistake and...
See, Mdad has this problem. He
yes,
is...
as you can see, on the side of the car,
Is
there's
it?
a lot of rubbing. So, you see?
See the catch with Imdad is very competitive in the middle of the race and then loses concentration and he gets tired too, I guess, because although people think that this is a virtual race, it's not easy.
It's not easy.
It's not easy. They do have a lot of effort. Dasun has come into the pits, gone out, and is still leading by 8 seconds.
Yeah. because he had a 28-second
That's
lead.
our champion
Uh,
from last year. If he had been around for the whole year,
yes. Yeah, he could have easily, but unfortunately, I think Roshan mentioned last time he had to switch, places where he was before. He was in Poland, in Warsaw, and he switched to a different place. And after that, he couldn't exactly sort out the router and the PlayStation. But luckily for him, now he has moved to Hong Kong, so he's okay.
Sam, also credit to these guys. Some of these guys were in Katakurundu in the morning practicing in the real world in their cars.
Yeah,
Imesh,
Imesh is
especially,
one.
Imesh actually called us and said, "Do you mind changing the format of qualifying today? Because quite a few of the drivers, Imesh, Rise, and Imdad himself,
Hmm.
were all in Katakurundu practicing for the races of next week, and as a result, they had to take part today a little later in the day, and we thank Imesh for his contribution, his effort to come and run today. I'm sure Imesh races a Nissan March
Is it
in,
okay?
yeah, he races a Nissan March in the real world, and the other guys who were supposed to run were, what's his name, the Abhishek Kitwit. He's
Yes.
also runs a Nissan March in the real world, so it's a great thing. Imesh wins the championship. Hopefully, if he manages to stay ahead of Rise, Rise wins the championship if he stays ahead of Imesh.
Yeah.
So either way, these guys running on this circuit. It's a long circuit. I can't really remember the distance of the circuit. The circuit is
The
four
total
point four point
distance
six
is, yeah,
kilometers.
4.6.
4.6 kilometers.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a tough circuit. It's got twisting and turning in different directions, and it'll be interesting to see what these guys can do. You know, interesting. This circuit, from the little I've learned, is a motorcycle circuit. It's owned by Kawasaki Motor Company.
Yeah.
It's owned by Kawasaki. So I mean, it must be very different for these guys to drive as well. But it's a nice circuit. Whatever said and done, it's a nice long straight, a lot to slipstream into that hard turn or into 90-degree right hand corner. But it's right on board with Imesh and see. We'll ride on board inside the car if you can change the view, Sam. And we get an inside view of a lap. Somebody's inside view. If we can go just to start itself, Sam, we can go to the start itself. Someone like Imdad.
That okay.
We go to Imdad and see. Then we can give a. We'll see what. Okay, there we go. So that's Imdad's view inside. It's a hard turn, third gear corner coming into a nice long straight. That's the first of our timing beams that's there. And a sharp turn again on the left. You get onto the curb there. You don't touch the outside curb because you're going to go all the way to the other side, to the right side. And it's a long left-hander. Sharp turn into a right-hander again. That's a tight right-hander which turns in on itself again, and you'll find it twisting. The next turn is a long banked corner. It's a never-ending bank corner. Now I remember this track. It's a long right-hander coming in left-hander into a slight right-hander, short straight, and a hard braking left hand. I think it's a second gear left hand, if I'm not mistaken. You brake into second. Yes, there you go, second. And the circuit goes up and down at that point. You don't really see the end of the corner. So it's very difficult to align yourself because you don't know where to turn in. Fourth, fifth, into third again. Third gear, that's right. I was right. Third, fourth. Now it's uphill from here. And right-hander going all the way around. This is flat out here, this bit. And you curb it on the left, curb it on the right, curb it on the left again, and you have to keep it on the inside. That's a wrong line there from Imdad, but he nevertheless manages to negotiate that as a left-hander again. And you try to break it a late apex. If I was Imdad, no, he break apex is way too early, and he'll run it a little too. Yes, he missed the apex there, and that's a lap of the Autopolis circuit. So there you have it. That's what the driver would see. Imdad chasing Inuk. He's actually catching Inuk. If you look at it from the back, he's catching Inuk, and you see the hard braking left-hander there. Inuk braking a little too early. Imdad braking beautifully at the right point, running it a bit too wide. Inuk gets it wrong there, and that's what it's all about. We go right back on board with Imesh and Rise. Let's see how they are faring, and Rise still ahead, not running away with it from Imesh, but Imesh nevertheless ahead, behind Rise by 2.7 seconds. The catch here is that Imesh will start the next race ahead of Rise.
Yeah.
And if that happens, we're in for another cliffhanger, because the points might get reversed again. Yeah, I might tell you, Sam, nail biting stuff from this thing. We've got 3 laps more to go. We've got Dasun trailer running away into the sunset with the fastest lap as well. And Dasun must be kicking himself, saying, if I ran this championship from the start, I'd win this thing like he did last year. But unfortunately, he wasn't there. So let's see how it works. Fastest lap by Dasun, 1 minute 52.364, as we ride on board with Rise. Into the process, we've got a fast charging Angelo. Angelo ended up last, thanks to a little bit of an agricultural moment. He went into the kitty litter, and then he had to ride all the way up from the back. So great drive from him, amazing run from him, and he's 10 seconds away from Imesh. I don't think he can make a huge impression on Imesh in 4 laps, or in 2 laps now. I don't think he can really make it stick, but nevertheless, an effort on his part.
There's an interesting decal on the rear of his car saying cake.
Cake.
Yeah, the cake.
We need to ask him. Is he insinuating that he's going to send us some? I hope it's chocolate cake, if nothing else, for all that effort and the time that we put in here. Mevan, who's in 5th, and Inuk has dropped, unfortunately, all the way to the back, and that will seal his title chances for coming 3rd. I think he'll have to stick to 4th.
4th, yes, yeah.
That's a shame. He could have made an impression there. Imesh now falling away from Rise. He's not really making much of an impression there on Rise. Rise falling away from Dasun, but Dasun come the hour. Dasun has come from nowhere, and Dasun in the championship, after 1 race, I think, or 2 races, is running to 10th. So today Dasun notches up another 22 points, which will actually elevate him to somewhere higher up in the pecking order. But credit to Dasun for his effort today, and Rise solidifying his or justifying his championship contention, sealing it with 1 race and a couple of laps to go. And we have Dasun charging away into this. I think Dasun realistically will end up in the pro class next year when he does qualify. It'll be interesting to see where exactly he is. And poor Imesh falling away, 4 seconds away from Imesh. And Angelo, who had a 12-second gap, has now brought it down to 8.5. So do we see? Oh, now I see where the problem is. Imesh has gone through his complete set of tires. Then Dasun, right in the middle of it, his tires are very, very good. No wonder
He somehow managed to keep his tires at a very, very good
and see,
level.
Sam, Dasun, he's still maintaining the same 152s, 150, early 153s.
Yeah.
The consistency of his lap times around this circuit is fantastic. I mean, last year too, he raced the same car, if I'm not mistaken. He's got his eye in on the car now,
Yeah.
and he's fine with that. Whereas Rise is still trying his level best to keep up, but Rise's lap times are almost 2 seconds away from, or 3 seconds away from Dasun. So Dasun in the last bit is going to pull another 2 laps, another seconds out of this guy.
Yeah. Right now we are on the final lap.
And we've got Angelo also, who's brought his lap times down. I mean, Angelo. Let's see. Is Angelo going to make an impression on Imesh? Yes. No. He might bring it to about 5 seconds down.
Yeah.
Interesting times. See, there you go. Angelo's bringing it down to 6.8. I think round these corners, this car hasn't got the edge. But come at the straight,
Yes. It's
the
got
the
the
GTR manages to, and Angelo's fuel is almost at the end of it. He's on fumes. All these guys are on fumes. Imesh, all these guys are basically now having to coast. Mevan is okay. Sachetana is okay. Sam is on fumes as well. And Mdad is basically on fumes. And so is Inuk. How did these guys get it so wrong?
I think they have messed up somewhere down the line. when it
Yeah, I
comes to
mean,
fuel
Dasun
strategies.
manages to get it. As I said, Angelo brought it down to 5 seconds. He will bring it down to 5. But you know the other beautiful thing, none of these guys ended up with a penalty of any kind.
Yeah.
So Dasun wins the first race. Congratulations to Dasun as he won the first race. We'll wait for Rise. Rise, our championship contender. He managed to have bump up his place by 2 points now.
Yeah.
So the gap in the championship now 2 points away as Imesh Silva comes across the start finish line. And Angelo, 4.7 seconds, 4.8. Credit to Angelo.
Credit to Angelo.
Angelo did a fabulous drive all the way from there. And Mevan, 12 seconds away, flashing his lights at the finish line marshal. Sachetana in his car there with the shark fins in front. We have to wait a country mile for Sam to come. What on earth has happened to Sam? Sam is quite far away. Angelo still negotiating the last bit of corners with all his problems with his brakes. He manages to come in 7th place, salvaging some points there. Mdad in 8th, creditable to Mdad as well. Great drive by Mdad. And Inuk Madhumarachi, unfortunate day for him, a minute plus for him as he finishes. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back with you in about 20 minutes, 15 minutes for the next round of the final race for the day.
Mobitel has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT Mobitel, the connection. What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art, Or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT Mobitel has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT Mobitel, the connection. What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art, or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT Mobitel has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT Mobitel, the connection. What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art, or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT Mobitel has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT Mobitel, the connection. What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art, or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT Mobitel has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT Mobitel, the connection. What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art? Or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT Mobitel has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT Mobitel, the connection. What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art? Or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT Mobitel has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT Mobitel, the connection. What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art? Or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT Mobitel has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT Mobitel, the connection. What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art? Or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT Mobitel has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT Mobitel, the connection. What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art? Or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT Mobitel has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT Mobitel, the connection. What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art? Or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT Mobitel has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT Mobitel, the connection. What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art? Or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT Mobitel has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT Mobitel, the connection. What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art? Or
Back to race two of the AM race, the final one of the championship, when Inuk Madhumarachi leads the way, and there was a bit of a bumping there by Imdad into the first corner. And unfortunate for Imdad, he went all the way from the front to the back, and Inuk, who was leading it, lost the lead, and Angelo, who was somewhere in the middle of the pack, is now leading the race. Sam, I'm telling you, if Angelo doesn't make a mistake, he's going to win this. And Sam, I don't see Sam. I think Sam made a bit of a mess there, and he has lost the place to Imesh. I told you this, Sam. This is going to be very, very close.
And drivers, clean racing, please.
And there's going to be quite a bit of checking into that first corner.
Be cautious.
The stewards are going to have a look at the events in the first corner, the bumping or hitting or anything that took place, and Rise away past Imesh in a beautiful maneuver there, very clean maneuver, and got the place from Imesh. It was amazing drive by Rise to get that spot, as Rise now is on the hunt to catch Angelo in the first bit. Apologies for that. We had a small technical glitch here. And we've had Mahilal Piris, who's joined us and is racing. I'm not too sure what exactly he's racing, but
That's a Lamborghini Huracan.
it's a Lamborghini Huracan. When you see it from the front, it's a little easier to see. When I saw it from the back, I was finding it difficult to identify the car. And Angelo Senratna still managing to stay ahead of Raizwem. Quite a gap, 1.5. And Imesh, I think, has now managed to get back on pace and is now challenging Raizwem hard for that spot. So this is interesting. Imesh, I think, got rattled a little bit in that first bit. In the first bit of the second first lap, third corner, Rise managed to come down the inside of him, brake a little late, and get the better of him. I'm not too sure exactly whether Imesh saw him coming and kept the door open, and as he didn't want to have contact. But you have to see these guys drive. They're right on the tail of each other. Lovely driving, very clean, and Dasun in fourth place already, all the way from 10th. Dasun has come up to fourth, and you will see Dasun challenging and a lunge down the inside of one of these guys very soon. So there you have it. It's very unfortunate to see Inuk. He's dropped all the way to the back, and he hasn't really managed to get anywhere. What happened to Angelo? Again, he's gone off somewhere, is it?
I think so.
I think he's had a bit of a moment, because it has to be all by himself, because he was nowhere he was way ahead of Raizuem. So that's unfortunate. Angelo, I think this car is not ideally suited for this circuit, if you ask me. I think it's a bit too big for a narrow circuit like this. You need a car which rotates itself much easier. And if you look at Mdad and Angelo, they're both suffering. There you go.
Yeah,
See,
they're struggling.
they're struggling with this car. The car is way too big. I think the weight transfer doesn't happen as quickly as it can. The center of gravity also must be an issue for this circuit. Sam, you need to practice on these cars. You need
Yes.
to understand and practice. I know by watching Thiago drive the other day, when the way they practice, setting up of the car, the balance of the car, the brake bias of the car, the mapping of the engine, everything is very well thought out. And if you don't figure this one out early, on the day you can't experiment. That's what I figured. You can't experiment and try to understand what you're trying to do.
So sort of like you can't exactly arrive and drive.
You can't arrive and drive.
Yeah.
There is no chance of arriving and driving. You need to come up with a plan. You need to come there with a plan, and you need to execute your plan.
Yeah, that is one of the reasons that when we announce the tracks, we announce it on Friday at noon, so they have enough and more time for them to practice. They have half a day of Friday and maybe a full day of Saturday, just to go through the paces, check everything, whether you have actually picked the correct car for that particular track.
Exactly. And even if you give an option of cars, right? So even if you do get the right car, you need to make sure that you set up that car right.
Yeah.
And you need to understand how many laps can you do with a certain amount of fuel, what's your tire wear. And it's tough. See, now Dasun has already got the better of Imesh.
Yeah.
It's an amazing drive. Whoa, beautifully done, Imesh. Doing the undercut there. Dasun trying the other side of it on the undercut, making that thing stick. That car, I'm telling you, that 458 is sticking to the circuit way better than the two Japanese machines there. The Italian machine is on the money, and in the process, we are seeing Angelo come all the way up as well. Again, Angelo is going
He's
to.
not giving up.
He's
just
not
because
giving
he's
up.
driving a monstrous
Have
car.
you seen Angelo drive a go kart? He doesn't give up for the love of anything. He runs those 8-hour endurance. He ran with a stiff neck. He drove the thing. He was suffering with a neck pain, and he managed to keep it going. So he's getting onto the back of Imesh in that big monster of a GTR. Imesh running way too wide, missing the apex by a country mile, and that giving Angelo the area between him to come. Can we ride on board with Angelo and Imesh? I think Imesh is really close. There you go. See, on the inside line, on the outside there, brake perfectly at the pot. He gives it a little bit of a dab. Sam, you know why they brake in the mid corner?
No.
Okay, so they brake mid corner is to increase the weight to the front.
Ah, right. Okay.
So mid corner braking is not necessarily trying to slow the car. It's where you throttle and brake at the same time to give more weight to the front. It's called weight transferring. So that when you're turning in and you're braking a little bit, the front has a little more weight and it rotates the car much easier.
Easier. Right. Yes.
So that's a little trick that he's doing to keep the front nose in line with the apex. Otherwise, what happens is the car does tend to understeer.
Right.
So a little bit of technical.
Yeah, being Angelo driving the bigger car there, I mean,
Heavier,
in
way
terms
heavier.
of the Evo.
The Evo is only 1,400 kg. In race trim, it will be 1,300 kg. So you're looking at the GTR, which is way heavier.
Right.
I'm sure GTR must be weighing 2 tons there, close to a little 2 tons. So, I mean, fortunately, this game with the balance of performance, everybody's basically equal.
Equal.
But in an ideal world, the GTR doesn't handle as well as the Evo on a twisty circuit like this.
Yeah. Yeah.
On the long straight like now, you see the GTR packing the pace on the straight as you see it.
Yeah.
Rise staying or Image staying on the right side because the corner is a left-hander, is a right-hander. Image might be able to make it stick there, but as a long straight, trying to get it on the little straight which is going there. As I said, There you go. Angelo has taken that position from him. He lined him up beautifully. The GTR there much broader. If it leans into the Evo, the Evo will have no chance. Angelo keeping the car perfectly in the right spot. Beautiful overtaking maneuver by him there. And there's a little bit of sunlight building up between Angelo and Imesh. This is a good experience for him. This is a good experience for Angelo and for Imesh. And for Imesh, when he takes part next week, this is an adrenaline pumping weekend back to back for him. The GTR snaking a little bit as he underbraking the car's balance. I'm not too sure whether Angelo has got the right brake bias, because that I tend to feel that the car was a little bit too biased to the front, because the front tend to snake a little, which means his front wheels were locking under braking. But Angelo lives to fight another
But
day.
look at Angelo's Imesh's front tires.
Gone,
It's
gone,
gone.
yeah, gone. Because that's
So
because
whatever the grip that he's trying to get,
he's losing it.
he's losing
Can
it.
we ride on board? Dasun has overtaken Rice.
Oh yes.
As soon as overtaken Rice. Clearly a different league of driving there. And you see Dasun's tires very, very clean, lot more life left in it, whereas Rice's tires must be quite shot by now. So there you see it.
Yes. Yeah.
Rice's car's tire is shot. So these cars not really working. This four-wheel drive version not really working for this circuit. It's not the car. It's not the car. Clearly, it shows that the 458. Anybody else racing a 458? Sachetana, yes.
Sachetana as well as Mevan is
Also on the
driving
on the
a 458.
458s.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that 458 may be the car of choice for circuits like this, because you see the C rise is not really gaining. He's losing corner by corner, and when you go through this windy, twisty circuit, that part of it, Dasun really making his car move
Yeah.
out. Sam, it's not the mid corner speed that matters. It's the exit speed that they have in these cars that will actually launch them out onto the straights.
Yeah.
So if you're going to brake a little later. B, you're going to be rotating the car a little earlier, and then you'll be throttling out a little earlier as well, which will ultimately increase your exit, the speed at the end of the straight.
Yeah.
That's bottom line. What we all look for would be that. So this Ferrari, obviously, the balance of the car is perfect.
And he has done a wise decision of picking the Ferrari.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So he's got it right there.
He's got it right. Yeah. So all the other guys should have, I mean, thought about it and should have done some calculation and see whether the choice of the car, whether they have picked the correct choice.
Car is correct choice. Great guy. Let's ride on board with Angelo and so Angelo has pulled 3.6 seconds from Imesh, and is now on his quest to he's in the pits. So all three, one, two, three are in the pits. Imesh is also in the pits, so that would be yes, his seventh lap. Ideal timing for you there. Oh, Sachetana went straight into the pit wall there. That would have lost quite a bit of time for him. Inuk is still on track. Is he? Yes, he is. Sam and Inuk are still out there.
Yeah, they've got plenty of fuel. And
Yeah, amazing run by these boys. Inuk, of course, is has a little no. I think they'll have to come in the next lap or two. But Sam, I'm sure, is trying to go without a stop.
yeah,
Yeah, Sam is trying to.
if he does it properly, yes, I think.
Tough, Sam. Very difficult. Sam Smith can't try this one because that those tires are going to wear out things. Hey, but he's running set of mediums.
Oh,
Sam Smith
but
is
he's
running
running
mediums.
Mediums.
Even Minuk Madhumarache is running medium tires. So that's what's keeping them going so far.
Yeah.
But when the thing is this, the tire degradation happens very drastically when you run mediums.
Yeah.
You will run up to a certain point, and then
it comes, yeah.
it goes away from you so fast that you are like on a skateboard after that. You have no way that you're going to be keeping the car on in a straight line. See, Now they're all catching him. But Inuk is catching Sam for some reason.
Maybe his pedals is not exactly,
Mm.
100% perfect.
It's nice to see these guys. At least they're fighting, and Inuk is really trying to give a challenge to Sam. But I don't see these two. But see, Inuk's lines, when you look at his driving, Inuk's line seems to be a lot cleaner than Sam. Sam is a lot more raggedy into corners.
Yeah.
See, Inuk is managing to keep the car. Inuk goes into the pitch now. Oh, Sam is doing another lap. Sam Smith is doing another lap, and I am not too sure whether that was the right thing. Inuk is going to come back. Come on, I hope Inuk changes his tires to softs. I
Yeah.
hope he changes it to soft because he's going to lose a bucket load of time on his mediums.
Whoa. That's
See,
like a bullet.
he's got the tires, and the balance of that car is right. Balance of the car is right. See how clean Angelo apexed it so late that the car was lined up beautifully for the next corner, whereas Sam couldn't get it rotated quickly enough. And but he's not really making an impression on Rise.
Exactly. Not
Hasn't.
for.
Angelo is 4.5 seconds or 4 seconds and a bit from Rise. I'm not seeing that drop. Whereas Dasun, I think, has pulled 3 seconds away from Rise now at the moment. It's three. Yeah. So if you look at it that way, it's he's trying his level best. He's not getting it. He's not getting it there. But yet, for all, championship drive from Rise. I mean, credit to him. His aggression in this particular race, on the first race, has been brilliant. We've got about 4.5 laps more to go, and we are seeing we'll see the crowning of an amateur class champion. Rice is not really an amateur. He is a pro driver. He's raced in the class last year. He unfortunately couldn't take part in the qualifiers because of his wedding. He felt that the wedding was a little more his wedding was more important than taking part in the qualifying races. We had to give him the benefit of the doubt that his wedding was more important, and he came into the M class, and there you see Rise breaking hard into that 90-degree right-hander as a car which has gone off a little earlier. I don't know who went off. I think that maybe Sam. I think Sam's gone off a little. Yes, he has, and that's Sam there. He's gone off and had a bit of a moment in this is an interesting battle brewing there here as well. Okay, let's stick with these three guys: Mevan, Emdad, and Sachetana. And Imdad making that GTR as wide as they may possibly can. There are two Italian cars chasing the Japanese car, and Imdad is a big made guy in real life too. He's saying, "I'm not going to have any of it," and muscling that car around. And what happened to Sachetan
That's Mevan. That's
Mevan?
Mevan.
Mevan went off.
He lost
Maybe
control
lost
of the
out a
wheel.
little bit. They were, whoa, that's what you call breaking absolutely too late. I told you, I saw that coming. Oops, there. I saw that coming from a country mile. Why did I see that happening? When I saw him break, I thought, that's a bit too late to break. And he overshoots the corner. Ah, come on. Beautifully done, eh? These guys are fighting tooth and nail.
Yeah, but I mean, at one point, for a fraction, I thought they were fighting it a bit too hard. You know.
But it's good to see racing like this, Sam.
Yeah, it is.
It's good to see racing like this. It's good to see up and down the grid people really trying their level best. And Sam is still sticking to his fifth place. I mean,
Somehow
somehow.
he's holding there.
So Mevan launches himself out of that corner. That was a bit of a these guys. Oh, this is thoroughly uncalled for. Thoroughly uncalled for from Emdad and from Mevan, and I think that warrants a bit of a looking into. As Sam,
Emdad and Mevan. Do you want me to give you penalties or give you a warning?
there you go. Sam, our race control informing Mevan and Emdad that that
That
kind of
is not
activity
really
is not
called for.
not
Emdad,
acceptable.
it is not
Clean
acceptable.
racing is what we require.
We need. I want to say clean racing, guys. Clean racing. Okay.
And Imesh is now being caught by Angelo. And Imesh's tires would be a little with a little bit less rubber, and Angelo is now hounding the back of Imesh. So that's unfortunate for Imesh that he couldn't make this one stick. He was a title contender. He could have got this one, but unfortunately, it didn't really work for him today. Completely outpaced by Raizuem today, and that's unfortunate for Imesh. But Imesh is a great boy. He'll live to fight another day as Angelo brings that gap all the way down to a second and a bit. Amazing drive by Angelo as well. Came all the way from the back in this race as well because he had a moment which he was closer to the barrier than the circuit. Unfortunate there, but both these guys are fighting tooth and nail. Angelo not really making himself a title contender here today, simply because he came into the championship a bit too late. And I think next year we'll have a lot of guys who will be running at this level. And great racing by these boys up and down the grid. Under second now, he's coming into that slipstream. In an ideal world, we'll call it he's in the DRS zone. There's no DRS here, but uh, Angelo clawing in a tenth here and a tenth there and bringing it down to 7/10 now. Imesh's car snaking away. He's not having the grip that he would ideally like in this world. But Angelo, knowing that, he's kept his tires for the last bit and not really making it work. Imesh now pulling a little bit from him. Another 2/10 gone. And Angelo catching the 2/10, making it 3/10 now, bringing it to 6/10. This will be interesting. We'll stay with these two guys all the way to the wire because it will be very soon we might see a place change as Angelo brings it down to 4/10. Beautiful bumped over the curbs there. I can just imagine what Angelo sees from inside. Can we see the inside view? And it'll be lovely to see how it looks like from inside. And Sam is going to show us from the inside view of Imesh, or sorry, Angelo. That's how Angelo is there on the outside, sees Imesh on the inside. You can see the mirror on top. He's trying very hard. He's down to 2/10, 3/10, just there, a small bump, and that was unfortunate. Imesh trying very hard to keep himself on the circuit, and Imesh blocking Angelo. It's not going to work here. Angelo trying a different line, trying an undercut. Very, very nice on the steering, very clean on the steering. Angelo taking a different line. I knew that was coming. He's going to try it on the underpass. And there you have Angelo taking third place. Imesh has dropped quite a bit. Creditable overtaking maneuver from Angelo. And Imesh, I don't think can fight back on that one. His tires are pretty wasted. We've got a lap and a bit to go, and we will see in Angelo trying his level best. He can't catch Rise. Rise is a mighty 12 seconds ahead. Rise, our championship leader, has managed to keep the gap with Dasun to an 8 seconds, 9 seconds now. But all these guys not really making any impression on Dasun, who's running away with this championship. That Ferrari 458 Italia, if I'm not mistaken, is pretty much on the money, not really making a comeback from Rise, but we'll ride on board with Dasun, a winner of this particular round, but a winner of the championship provisionally being Rise UM. So all credit to all these guys. We are just about a minute and a half away from the final race, the final lap, the final bit of this whole championship. And congratulations to all the drivers. Let me take this moment to thank our sponsors, Petronas Synthium, for having sponsored this championship, having come out there and shown that they are very keen on this whole process of esport. So Petronas Synthium, thank you very much. But Petronas, thank you for coming and sponsoring this championship. SLT Mobitel, they've been with us over the last 2 years. SLT have been with us, SLT Mobitel have been with us for Mahagastota, the drag races, and esports. So a big shout out and thank you to them as well. Lap 57, who've also been with us over the months and sponsored the cash awards for this championship, and House of Glass, who've courteously come across and given us the trophies which for this championship. So thank you very much all round. We're just about 2-3 corners away from the championship finish, and we wrap up our series, our championship, and we thank all the officials, the drivers, and everybody else who've been with us over the months, sparing Sunday after Sunday and coming along here. So fastest lap goes to Dasun Ranatunga, and he attains another 2 points as well. Amazing drive as Dasun comes across the start-finish line now and wins the second of the races of the Race at Home Championship. But our winner today, ladies and gentlemen, Rise UM, a creditable drive by Rise as he snakes across the track, wins the championship in the AM class. Thank you very much, he says to everybody, and he goes along. Angelo Senaratna came into the championship very much later in the series and is now third. Great drive from him. And our runner-up in the championship, ladies and gentlemen, Imesh Silva. Unfortunate, but he's come in second in the championship, and our third place driver, fifth today in the race, but third in the championship, Mevan Wickramasinghe, ladies and gentlemen. There you see Mevan coming third. He also snakes around, and that's his third place secured. Sachetana Patirana, bad day in the office for him, but nevertheless, a contender who's taking part beautifully. Sachetana, also a real life driver. Inuk Manumarachi, I think he'll keep his fourth place. Ran out of fuel on the line, I think. And Mahilal missed the first race and is there for the second race. Beautiful car for whatever certain purposes. And Mahilal Peer coming in 8th. Sam, last corner is just about being taken. These guys fighting to the tooth and nail as Emdad and Sam lock up the back. We'll be back with you in a week's time when we run the Singapore Sri Lanka Championship. Until that time, stay safe.
Heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art, or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT Mobitel has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT Mobitel, the connection. What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art? Or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT Mobitel has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT Mobitel, the connection. What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art? Or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT Mobitel has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT Mobitel, the connection. What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art? Or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT Mobitel has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT Mobitel, the connection.